calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 try to take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. First number. 10-4.
Try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 try to take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. 33.
Supervisor acknowledged that application for with an arrest attached.
Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know.
Frickin' StreamYard, this is 3 days in a row. It's been all buggy. Give me 1 second. And then hot dog steak t-shirt pops up uh right before the intro's even done. Uh I don't know. Hopefully this is working okay. Good. Oh
Seems
my
fine.
lord. Well, after today's show, I'm gonna be. We've been busy doing a lot of shows the last couple days. I haven't been able to do any work on that new program. I was gonna try and have finished by tonight. To be done with StreamYard, seriously. I'm really, and it's got some. It's gonna be a transition. As you know, a new program, but it's gonna be able to be more interactive and show a lot more things. So I'm really going to try and push hard after this show to see if I can get it done for this evening. But good morning, Rosee. Thank you for hopping up. I'm half asleep. I haven't even had a sip of coffee. StreamYard's messing up again. It's going to be a beautiful day, you know?
It is. It is. Despite that.
Yeah, somehow it's going to be a beautiful day. But yeah, I dropped that link about. I know I discussed it a lot in my shows about how I always said that the Idaho real estate guy that's on YouTube always tells people why not to move to Idaho, which I don't. It's contradictory to what he's actually trying to accomplish. You want to try and bring more people to Idaho, but I don't know. It makes me feel like he's part of that group. It makes me feel like he's part of that group that doesn't want outsiders as well. So it's like, hey, I'm going to do my part to make sure that outsiders don't even try and move here. And it's important in the conversation because we are talking about an outsider over there. And so I dropped a link. It was something that we went into a long time ago. And you can hear it from his own words. He tells you straight up, he gives you things that you need to do. Like if you're an outsider and you move to Idaho, he gives you like the top 5 things you need to do as soon as you move to Idaho. And one of them was changing your license plates ASAP. Now, that's one thing that Koberger didn't do. He didn't at all change his license plates until after the crime took place, which it was his birthday. And that's typically when, in most states, some, not all, but in most states, typically when your birthday comes up, that's when it's time to renew your license and your car registration and your license plates and things like that. And so, it could have been one of those downfalls. It was one of the reasons why. It was one of the reasons why when I went out there for my trip, I had to get a rental, obviously. But that whole time until I actually got the rental, because it was at the airport that I got the rental as well. That whole time I already had it in my head. Just go get a bunch of local gear, wear it every single day. You'll blend right in, dude. One of the things I was worried about was the license plates. And so when I got there and I got the rental, I was so thankful So thankful that it had Washington State plates, because then I'm like, oh, thank God. And
Sure.
really, I did a lot of my work in that back parking lot of 1122 when I was there for that week. I did a lot of my work in that parking lot
In the
because
park, yeah.
if I needed to, if I forgot something that I missed, if the, because where I stayed was a couple hours away, had to. So it was one of those things where it's like I didn't leave any of those days or nights. I did not leave until I knew for sure I had everything that I needed to accomplish that day. And so maybe that's one of the reasons why nobody looked at me twice or looked at me weird or thought it was suspicious that there was a dude in a car, a dude they'd never seen before, working on a laptop computer, into the night, just sitting there working on a computer for hours. And not one time did anybody ever think that I was being suspicious, which was really odd too, because it's like, whoa, if there's somebody that in a car that I've never seen before, I've never seen that person before, and they're sitting in their car on their laptop for hours on end every night, I'm gonna think the worst. I'm gonna be like, what the what's this creep up to? But it was crazy. But yeah, so we went through the text messages and the vague expert testimony. And man, those text messages, if you guys didn't see the show, definitely check it out yesterday morning. The text message and the 911 call document is just so revealing. So revealing, especially how they were all hanging out up in Kaylee's room. Yeah, right after they got back, and especially the biggest thing out of those text messages and 911 is the fact that Ethan and Xana were not home. And this was 2:00 in the morning, and after there was no info about when they got home. There was no info about, nobody saw them until DM saw Xana lying on the floor. That's the first time that they knew that they were home. So this is what was weird to me, because remember when we read that DM was looking up the snap maps. Remember the snap maps? So who did she think was laying on the floor? Because she looked up the snap maps after she walked out of her room.
Yeah, that's true.
So you seen somebody lying on the floor, and you obviously didn't see Ethan, because then that's why I feel, because yesterday it was like, why would she be looking up snap maps after she already left her room? Never made sense. And then as I'm thinking about it last night, I was like, she didn't know that was Xana lying on the floor. So who in the hell did you think was lying on the floor, right?
Like, that's something you give more thought to. You're just like, there was someone on the floor.
Like that's even more reason to call somebody.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't Kaylee. It wasn't Maddie. You just spent time with them. You know what they were wearing. They were upstairs.
Right.
So now it's like, if you saw a dude, you didn't know who it was, wearing a mask. Then after that, you saw somebody lying on the floor. That's even more reason, like, to call, not even to call, because it's like, hey, one of my roommates, blah, blah, blah. That's like, yo, 911, I seen a dude that I've never seen before wearing a mask, and now there's some person laying on the floor in my living room hallway that I don't know who it is. That's call 911, get them over here to find out I just don't understand that.
Yeah, because it's not actually understandable. Like, there's no way you can try and think about it anyway. You're not going to find a way for it to make sense, because it's completely abnormal. Like, there's no explanation for any of this behavior.
No.
Yeah.
No, there's not. Um, in our opinions, anyway. Uh,
Yes.
but yeah, so uh, the snap maps now it makes sense because they were trying to see, well, where are they? Because the last time they knew when they went to bed, they weren't back yet.
Yeah.
So it really makes me wonder, because it's always been a question from the beginning. What's the missing period, or why is it so vague about Ethan and Xana? And now that we know that they weren't home, now that we know that in Exhibit A PCA from Brett Payne, where he says Bethany said that they were home by 1:45, that's a complete lie, because the papers we read yesterday totally contradicts what that's saying. And in fact, it says no, even after 2 o'clock, when the girls decided to go lay down, that they weren't even back yet. So how does that even make it into the Exhibit A PCA?
I don't know. And I mean, if their location is accessible, like people can just look it up, they wouldn't have even needed Bethany to say anything. They could have just checked where they were, unless it's like live only. I don't know how that works, but I mean,
Yeah.
still, the PCA is just like falling apart. With every document that comes out, it gets worse.
Yeah.
First it was frozen shock phase. Now it's this.
Yeah, that don't even exist.
Yeah.
There was none. Yeah, it's just this PCA. It's kind of like what I was saying last night. It's a document that has always led people to believe one thing about this fact or that fact or this fact or that fact. And yeah, now what I really am wondering is when it comes to trial. Excuse me, hold on, my sign.
No problem.
When it comes to trial, is Brett Payne really going to sit on that stand and say, I don't recall, like he did in these other court hearings? Because,
Yeah.
bro, what you wrote and signed your name to, yes, it's so easy to get out of. And when I read the PCA and I told people, look, it says right here, this is all my understanding. You can easily back away from it, right? You can easily be like, look, it was based on my understanding back at that moment in time. But it shouldn't be based on anybody's understanding. It should be based on the evidence that we have. This is why I'm signing this paper, because this is all supposed to be evidence that we're reading. And when you're looking at the evidence that was produced in the very beginning, that's the stuff we're seeing now, and you're going, how did you... Number one, it's a living document. You have so many people. It's community Kool-Aid, a living document. You know what I mean? You could put something in, and somebody else later on deletes it and puts something else. I mean, that's ridiculous. But you're signing this as you've already seen all the evidence. You're the lead investigator. You're the one that should know these things. So why are we seeing on a transcript that it was 100% proven that BF did not see Ethan and Xana there at 1:45 a.m.? It's proof. It's right there in the transcript from the people that were involved during the times in question.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially saying that, like, or pretending that at the time of writing the PCA, there were things that you didn't know yet, which is absurd. I mean, I think that I do believe that he's just going to sit there and say, I do not recall. Like,
I don't.
I think
I
that's
don't.
his plan.
Well, because I thought, to me, it's like, hey, it's the motion hearings and things like that. It could be it is a chess game, right? It's a chess game, so it could be a chess move. I'm not gonna answer these questions in the way I would when I get to trial, because I don't want to, I don't know, give them some kind of, know exactly what I'm going to say. So when it comes to trial, they can reword things or something, I don't want to give them any moves that I'm going to make, so to speak, or whatever. That was how I was looking at it. But man, when I'm seeing these documents and then you're comparing it to the PCA and the things that are being testified to before in all these hearings, dude, how are you a lead investigator and look at the PCA that he wrote? How are you the lead investigator and you, from paragraph to paragraph, do not have a complete understanding of all the evidence and everything that's there based off of what you're writing?
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, the PCA is just, it's worded like a sales pitch, just like we have a lot, and a lot of it is just implied anyway. So it shows, like, I don't want to say, it's like not honestly written, it's like, it's just shady the way.
Well, when I was reading it, I'm sitting there going, especially when I went out there to Idaho and I really had to dig into it because I was doing different things out there regarding the PCA. And when you're reading it and you're actually finding out, like, you're really finding all these different questionable things or things that just don't make sense, or even in fact information that is not correct, and we're even going as minimum as city and states, and when you're looking at it, when you see that somebody else had to watch somebody else's body cam to know information about the crime scene, that's what told me, why wouldn't he have sat down and talked to the officer face to face? Why wouldn't he have had a phone conversation with the officer? Why wouldn't, you're just going to watch a fellow officer's body cam, one of your fellow officers, you're just going to watch his body cam and not sit there with him watching it? You're not going to even have a conversation with dude. You're just going to watch the body cam and you're looking at it. Yes, there's a reason it's all over the place, because that's how it was written. To be a lead investigator and to not know, because even if somebody is, coming and telling you and showing you, it was a bunch of people, I really feel, because if you look at the statement from Moscow PD that morning, okay, the morning before they arrested Brian Kohberger, one day before they arrested Brian Kohberger, they were still looking for a 2011 to 2013. And when they said suspect, it wasn't one, it was plural, suspects. Yeah. And so when you look at that and then you look at the PCA, yeah, somebody came up to Brett Payne that afternoon, because that release came out that morning from Moscow PD. Somebody came up to Brett Payne that afternoon and said, "Hey, we're gonna arrest this guy tomorrow. Here's all the stuff from the investigation. Here's Nunez's body cam that shows Murphy at the scene, so you can say yes, Murphy was at the scene. Here's all this stuff, Brett. Here, throw it together real quick. Oh shit, I got to hurry up and write this." So he's spending the next few hours trying to write it, put it together, making minimal mistakes, like the wrong state for the wrong city, the wrong time that Ethan and Xana were home. Right. All of these different things. The frozen shock phase. All of these different things that it's like, yeah, it was thrown together real quick. and then he was out there, and I wouldn't be surprised if he got on a private jet. I'm not playing. I wouldn't be surprised if he got on a private jet out to PA so he could be there that morning when all this stuff was taking place, just to make it seem like they were on him for a couple weeks already. This was already pre-planned and on them. Now, this shit was like, this had to be so scattered all over the place. It's no wonder he don't recall, because when you're thrown in a position where you have to rush and hurry and you have all this stuff going on, like having to throw a document together, having to hurry up and take a flight out to PA, so just in a couple hours you're going to arrest somebody, all these different things. I don't understand. And who knows? Maybe it wasn't that afternoon. Maybe Moscow put out that press release that morning, and it was 45 minutes later they said, Brett, hey, we got to do this.
Yeah.
And he was out there that afternoon. I mean, it's only a few hour flight when you're taking a private.
Yeah. I mean, that does sound pretty accurate for how disorganized things were. I mean, you're saying, like, why didn't he speak to the officer instead of like watching his body cam? But take that even further. That officer should have written a statement at the end of that shift, and that should have been supplied to him. Did he not have the affidavit of the officer who saw the dog? Like, it's not even as bad as he didn't talk to him. Like, where's that guy's notes?
It's the no report nation.
No report nation.
Yeah, that's what it is. They're so used to not doing reports, they probably didn't even know how to take notes. Because when we're looking at all these documents and we're trying to see, like, okay, where's the notes? Where's the recordings? Where's the video? Where's all this stuff to show that you got to your conclusions? And all of them are like, well, I don't have the recording. I don't have the video. I don't have the notes.
Yeah. I mean, in South Africa, at least, the police all have to have a pocketbook. And they have to write
things. They do here.
Yeah, but that pocketbook has to go to court with you. You can't go and testify and not bring it with. And if there's been changes and it wasn't written on that day, there's a problem. Like, it has to be notes from that day, and it has to be on stand with you. Like, I guess you guys have body cam, which is better, but still, I mean.
No, that's how it's supposed to work here too. They have little teeny notebooks and pens that they carry with them, and they take, I mean, what's your name? Okay, hold on. Date of birth. I mean, you're even doing that, right? Name, date of birth. You know what I'm saying? You're writing stuff down, but somehow nobody has notes. Like, it's like, how do you do a debriefing then? When you're sitting down with your superior and they're going over the events and everything that took place that day, and where's those notes? If you didn't write any notes, where's the notes from your superior?
Yeah.
Nobody has. Maybe they're asking the wrong tree. You know, do you have those notes? You know, Brett Payne, I don't recall, you know, and do you have any, you know, is there documentation that you can use to refresh your memory?
There you go.
Notes. And that's why that's why to me, when you're seeing him, I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't recall. There was a whole bunch of people, ma'am. There was a whole bunch of people that were doing it together. That's why, because there's no way for him to prepare. It's like when we were watching that court hearing, and I'm like, it's like he's not prepared whatsoever. And she's even asking him questions about his own achievements, and he's not even recalling. And it's like, damn, how do you not? You're a lead investigator. How do you not? What if you're just going in for a job interview? You're preparing for it. You're preparing for it.
If you would remember, needs more omega-3s.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, we're gonna go into the Steve G interview. We didn't get into it in yesterday's morning. We were gonna yesterday morning show. we were going to try and get into it. We went into it a little bit last night because I wanted to be able to let everybody from the different time zones throughout the world be able to participate in a live stream as we're doing it. So we're doing our own the one at night, but this one is just going to be me and Rosee doing it this morning. Now, before we get into it, have you watched it, the whole thing at all, or okay?
Yeah.
What's the, and let me know in chat too. What's, if you have seen it, and what I want to know, everybody's one thing that really stuck out to them in that interview. So let me know in chat what one thing, if you have listened to it, what one thing stuck out to you, and then I'm going to ask you that question, Rosee. What one thing stuck out to you when it came to that interview that you heard?
I think there were probably a few things, but there was stuff that he said that we, or at least I, had not heard before. Like, I didn't know, and maybe you guys can tell me if you had heard this, that there was a shovel in BK's car. Like, he said that. I've never heard that before. And him saying that, two of the victims wouldn't have, it would have been an internal injury. That I didn't know either. So there was a lot of little bits of info that he said. I was very surprised about the shovel. I feel like maybe I missed that somewhere, but yeah, that stood out to me a lot.
Yeah, I felt like I missed some things too when I watched it, and yeah, one of the things, Demon Dog, about her getting punched, I never heard she got punched, but from the very beginning, within the first few weeks of the crime happening, I was hearing from birdies that she was bashed unrecognizable. Like, it was, it was very, very descriptive of what I was hearing, and it was like there was so many bones that were broken on her face that it literally caved in. It was that bad. So with the punching, I was surprised about that too. Yeah, Demon Dog. But because I felt like because I was sitting there after I listened to it, and I was like, did I? Because it's in the very, well, not the beginning. It's, I wouldn't say the beginning. It's towards the first half, I would say. And I'm sitting there, and even after the episode was done, and I heard all the stuff, other stuff too, I just kept going back to the one thing about how he said that, or how they said that Kohberger, there was Kohberger was sitting outside for over an hour at the residence between the hours of 10 and 4 a.m. on one evening. And I don't ever remember seeing anything about about any kind of proof that Kohberger's vehicle was at the residence for over an hour during an evening between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. And I was like going back through my mind, and I'm just like, and that it just stuck out to me the whole time, even after I was done with the episode on my own. And I'm just like, where's you look at, I'm like, maybe it's in a court document I haven't read yet. But the court documents that I haven't read yet don't have anything to do with the track and the cell phone activity or video evidence. You know what I mean? So I'm just, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I even missed that, but I've never heard that. But I think what is quite important from the whole interview is that when Steve was saying, was like correcting what he had said about the Wi-Fi, he was saying that it was something he had read and might have misunderstood something, and he kind of I mean, he rightfully admitted that he might have made a mistake, but the way he was explaining how that mistake could have happened, it doesn't really sound like he's on their, yeah. It
That was a
doesn't
big
sound like
one too.
it doesn't sound like he's on their speed dial. It sounds like he's reading and interpreting things as well. And it's not as necessarily as like direct. If there's room for him to make a mistake, then it's not being completely explained to him the way we think he has this inside info. It means that he's probably getting more information than us, but it sounds to me like it's kind of written. So maybe he's getting emails or something, but if he can make a mistake, then there's room for his interpretation. So maybe the things that he knows, some of it he's drawn his own conclusions on stuff. So maybe that's what it is that's coming out, that we haven't like heard everything.
It's the game of telephone. A lot of it, I believe, is stuff that he is regurgitating from law enforcement, local law enforcement. It's being regurgitated, and in the game of telephone, at every connection, there's always a little bit of change in the information. That's where the game of telephone was created. The LinkedIn getting deleted and the parallel investigation, that was wild. Like, he actually admitted and said that the agency told him that they deleted it, and it's just like, when does evidence get deleted during an investigation from the people that are doing the investigation?
Yeah. And what was interesting about that is that it kind of led into him explaining that he had considered getting Kaylee's charges removed from that state level. So I wonder if that was also what put a lot of pressure on them, because they would potentially lose one of the victims from the charge. And that's why they started telling him about all of this evidence that they had, because he was saying that he considered having those dropped against Kaylee. I'm not sure how it works there, but I mean, I feel like that parallel investigation might have actually scared the local police quite a bit.
Well, I'm sure it did, because there's a lot of shady people that are there, you know. I'm sure it.
Yeah.
You know, when you're used to doing your own thing out in the middle of nowhere, and then Big Brother comes swinging through, it's like, oh shit! Hey, yeah, we ain't been playing games, man. You know, no. But yeah, the that plus, you know, the whole with the phone calls, you know, with Kaylee's phone calls and her text messages, her last, Daniel had referred to it as proof of life, right? And and how do you not remember your child's last call log and text messages? How are those images and words not burned into your brain, you know?
I have a theory on that, and it's really just speculation. But you know how you sometimes said that you felt like Steve, there might have been issues between him and like his family, because he had questions in the beginning and he might have kind of retreated on those to keep the peace. I don't know if maybe that was going on at a stage where there was some arguments in the house, because he said, I wasn't around for that.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
I thought was,
he was out and about. He was out and about doing the boots on the ground.
I know, but he could have asked, I think.
Yeah, or would have been shown, or hey, look what we found here. Here's all the stuff. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. At some point, you would think that he will. You know, it's just not like, yeah, they went through it and I just didn't take Why wouldn't you? Like, those things right there, that's what a person that is investigating something would go to right away, is the last calls and text messages, you know? And so it was like, yeah, he had to have He had to have sat down and went through them, and that right there, it's like, you know, think about all the information that we have burned in our brain when it comes to this case,
Yeah.
right? Timelines and when things took place, yada yada. This isn't even our family member. And think about how many cases of last calls and text messages that we have burned in our brain from all these different cases, right?
Yeah.
So if you're coming across your child's and that's what happened and that's what took place, I just don't I just
Yeah.
don't understand how they're not burned in your brain.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it might be coming from a time where he doesn't want to doesn't want to go there or doesn't want to talk about it or something. I don't know. I mean, it's completely me just making a leap. But yeah, and that because we were talking about, you were saying there's weapons all over the place. So why did you need to go and get like something from the kitchen? I don't
Did
know.
I show this? Did I show this picture yesterday morning? Because somebody had asked me if I still had this photo, and I found it in one of my old files. Did I show this one yesterday? Ooh, hold on one second. StreamYard is being stupid. Hold on. Let me go back to here. Okay. So here is. Come on, StreamYard. Okay. This photo right here. You had Xana get ready to throw the pumpkin. This is at 1112 King Road.
I saw
Right?
this in March, but
Yeah,
not.
and yeah, these weapons are there all over the place. And you want to talk about that's Bethany. You want to talk about rips and tears,
Mm.
right? And you want to talk about how quick the crime took place within 2 to 4 minutes. Somebody can go in with that thing, and like I said, I know I have pictures of these machetes sitting up against in the corner of the wall like it's a trophy, next, like it's a plant or something, decoration. And I just have to go through all my files, but I know that I have screenshots of the house with machetes up against the corner of the wall, their house. You know what I'm saying? So the 2 to 4, when you have a machete, you can go in there and shoo, 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 and quick and barely. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have splatter from each one, but think about, like, you're not there for minutes while the action is taking place. You're literally swipe. You've already created enough damage, and you just had to be there for literally 10 seconds. So that's only 10 seconds of splatter that's on you.
Right. I just think it's so terrifying. I just looking at that thing. Yeah, I guess they were decorative, like you say. It was just the norm. People were desensitized to them just standing around somehow.
Yeah, the led to believe the door was shut the whole time. I mean, there's so much that is, like I said, it is jaw dropping. It was a jaw dropping. It was a jaw dropping interview.
Yeah.
A lot of things that were said. That's why I was just like, what's the one thing? Because there's so many, and we're gonna get
It's too
into them.
many. Yeah.
We're gonna get into them. There's so many, but it's just like, wow, this is so wild. This is so wild. So, all right. So we'll go ahead and start to get into it. This will be me and Rosie's uh, reaction discussion when it comes to this. And thank you all for being here. Let me drop her link in chat. Also, if you're not subscribed, please go do so. There's also, oh, I know, I got plenty of. Trust me, I wish I had the time to be, because it was the first case that I really started. Like I said, my show was only like 5 or 6 days old. The crime took place. I wasn't even I wasn't even trying to be a true crime channel. It was more about just current events and topics and stuff. And and when this case happened, this is I had no plans to do any of the stuff that I do today. Really, that was not my plans. Became that because of me getting more invested into trying to help make a difference, and so when I started saving all this stuff, because there was a lot of people in the beginning sending me a lot of stuff, and there was conversations that I was having off air, with things pertaining to all the activities and stuff that was going on around there, and so all of my files and all the stuff that I have saved throughout from the beginning, and then as I started to fine tune stuff, and then as I started to take on other things, there's got to be probably like 30-40 different folders that have been created. And literally back then there was I didn't think that I was going to have all of these files. It was like, hey, I'll just throw them in one folder, and then it became too big, and it's like, shit, I need to do something else. And because it's going to take too long to get through these, so I need to create this folder, and then this folder, that folder, and it just became
and then you call it Idaho Report, and then it's like Idaho Report 2.
Now I'm now I have folders like this one, April 2025, because now it's literally per month that I have to keep these separated. So, but yeah, trust me. I need to do that sometime. I need to be able to sit down and just throw all the photos in one big folder, and then just start organizing them from there. The one that's right there, organize, and then have so if I need something, hey, pictures of inside the house, okay, let's go to that folder, click, bam, it's right there. But it's just
Right.
I've been trying for 3 years, and I ain't got there yet, so we'll try. There's always hope. What's up, Typically? Thank you for hopping in last night. Typically, let me know, because I asked everybody this question, and if you're just joining and you didn't hear the question, my question is what one thing out of this interview, because there's a whole bunch, what one thing stuck out to you? What one thing stuck out to you when it came to this interview? A lot of stuff. You guys brought up a lot of great ones. Trust me. I mean, seriously, it's going to be a whole show of it. But the one thing that really stuck out to me is how where's the proof that Koberger was sitting outside the King Road residence for over an hour on an evening between 10 and 4 a.m. Because I haven't seen it. And like I said, I haven't been able to read every single document, but the documents that I have read pertain to a lot of that information, and I didn't see it in those documents. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying I don't recall it, and that's why I'm asking the community, where can anybody let me know where this information is? Because listen, I've always said from the beginning, it's not about the person's name. It's not about the person's religion. It's not about any of that. It's about the victims having justice. And if he really did commit the crime, then listen, it's about justice. I don't give a F. Listen, I'm not his buddy from high school. I'm not a pen pal. I'm not a family member. I'm not any of that. So really, there's no investment for me. There's no investment for me to say this dude is guilty or innocent. There's investment for me for the victims. And if dude really did commit the crime and he really did sit out there for an hour, listen, if he's guilty, he's guilty. I'm not going to say he's not.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think like another thing that came up in this interview with Steve was he was saying, you know, for those of you who think he's a great guy, well, he punched my daughter in the face. And I mean, we shouldn't actually have to clarify that if he is the person who did that, nobody thinks he's a great guy. That's not what's happening here. You know, it's a question of whether he is that guy, not whether he did that and if he is or isn't a great guy, because obviously the person who did that is not a great guy. So I just, like, that's also something that we shouldn't have to clarify that, but maybe there are some channels who are just in it for, you know, being contrary. But it's not a case of supporting him unconditionally. It's a case of if he's innocent, then it needs to be exposed. That's what it is. Everything that you just said. But him saying that, I just thought that, you know, that also needed to be talked about. Like, nobody's saying that if he did it, you know, he's a great guy. Like that, you know, no, nothing like that.
Well, it sounded to me like it was a conversation that they've already had throughout time, and it was a recorded conversation at that point in time. Like they had already talked about these things throughout the process of their relationship or whatever. They've already talked about these things, and now this was a more formal way of discussing those topics on a public platform, all the conversations that they had privately before. And so maybe that is, listen, it's like I said, Steve G, ever since, you know, back in it was early December of 2022, you know, Steve and Christy are standing out. It's night out. I think it was Fox News that was interviewing them. It was interesting because they brought up talking about a package that they got in the mail and they had to sign a waiver to turn it over to investigators. I've always wondered what that package was that somebody sent to them that they felt was enough to sign a waiver to give it to law enforcement so they can investigate it when it came to the crime that took place. So that was always weird to me. What was in the package that somebody mailed? But when he said in that same interview, he was like, look, don't make me be the alpha dog. You know, I know I don't want Moscow to disappear because, you know, I don't want him to disappear because there's going to be, you know, if they don't find the person and then people don't come back, he's like, you know, I don't want it to get ruined, but come on, man, don't make me be the alpha dog. Don't make me be the one that is trying to make sure that my daughter gets justice. And when law enforcement came to him and said, Steve, you need to settle down. You need to slow down. You need to take your time. You're in the same direction as we're going, you know, but we got to dot our T's and dot our I's and cross our T's. We can't, you know, we're a little slower, but man, we can't catch up because we got to do all this paperwork and these notes. Right. And that's when they said, look, man, just here, we're going to tell you. And I really feel at that point, they had no choice because he was a loose cannon, because he was telling everybody the stuff that people needed to hear, because the law enforcement wasn't even saying it. Okay, they weren't even coming out with nothing, which is the reason why he was upset. So then when they're telling him, look, man, you gotta slow down, and they're gonna overshare stuff with him because they want him to settle the F down and not solve it for him. I feel it was at that point in time that they started feeding him all of this extra information, which is a lot of the stuff that we're hearing. And I think that's a lot of the stuff that was brought up in the conversation that we're going to watch, is because those conversations already had taken place with them personally behind closed doors.
Right.
You know, Daniel and Steve had already talked about it behind closed doors, and it was something that they were going to talk about on a public platform after a certain period of time, which was then. And then that's why some of these things that we've never heard are being brought up, because I really think it was originally mentioned from them to Steve, regurgitated, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden we're hearing stuff. We're like, whoa, where was this 1 hour time where he was out there for over an hour outside the house? Like when, you know, we're hearing about how the agency is the one who admitted, according to Steve, is the one who admitted to deleting the account. Dude, it's like I said last night, what law enforcement agency is going to admit that they deleted it? Like if they really did, because they're going to redact it, they're going to gag order it, they're going to make it not available, right? Even though it still exists, they're going to make it not available. What law enforcement agency is going to go up to Steve and say, Steve, especially a government agency, is going to say, yes, Steve, we deleted her LinkedIn account? What?
I don't know. Yeah.
So it's stuff that was fed, just like the Wi-Fi. Oh, I must have read it somewhere. I don't think the dude just read it somewhere, because he's not going to regurgitate information that he just reads online from Reddit. What he's going to regurgitate is information that he's being told. And I really feel like he was told all these things. And now maybe as time goes by, these people know that did tell him this stuff. These people know that he's not going to remember. If they could sit there and go, Steve, you misunderstood what I said back then.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I must have read it in a paper or something. Yeah, Steve, I never said that, Steve. You know, they already know that he's not going to be of mind to remember all those little teeny details about what is exactly said that one conversation that took place 2 years ago on a rainy night or something.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they can easily do so. That's where I'm thinking we're hearing a lot of this stuff is because it's stuff that was said to him over time. Then it became regurgitated in their conversations over time, and then it became which I'm telling you, there's a lot. Like Daniel was right, it is jaw dropping, because there is a lot of stuff that it's like, whoa, okay. So let's we'll go ahead and get to that, and thank you all for being here. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. Here's the link to this episode that we are going to be watching. And here, let me switch that screen. All right. So, whoa, where's Rosee? There she is.
I'm here.
All right. So here's the episode that we're going to be watching, and we're going to go through it. So if there's at any time you want me to pause it, let me know, Rosee. I'll go ahead and pause it. I'll pause it at certain times. Just to kind of pause and talk about it. And you're right. And thank you, Aaliyah, let me contribution call out in a second here. There is no reason to delete things. They usually just take accounts down. It is strange.
Yeah.
There's no reason. What, like I said, what law enforcement agency deletes evidence? It just, and what law enforcement agency will admit to it? Let's be honest about that too, because we know that there's corruption. Oh my gosh, these StreamYard. I can't wait to work on this program to be done with StreamYard. I'm sorry. It's so distracting at this point, the bugs with it. And contribution call out, Aaliyah. Thank you so much. And thank you all for being a member. Really appreciate it, and it helps with the production of the show. I know, and then the IT techs, I know it's all weird. So and without
No, I'm just saying it wouldn't be Idaho 4 if it wasn't weird.
Typically, Steve said that Steve said that the agency is the one that told him they deleted it. Steve said it himself. So that's because, like I said, we always knew that it got deleted from the very beginning, because when they went to discuss the grub truck video with law enforcement, that's when they also brought up about the LinkedIn being deleted, because Olivia noticed, hey, somebody just deleted her LinkedIn account. So that's why they went to talk to them about the grub truck video. Hey, there's grub truck video of Kaylee and Maddie. And at the same time, why did you delete our daughter's LinkedIn account? And he said they looked at him and their eyes were all buggy open and they were like so surprised. So I knew they were telling the truth. And he was like, no, the agency told me that they deleted it. And I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
When does that happen? In any case. And how is somebody not reprimand? Like, seriously, it's.
I don't know. I did actually Google if it happened, and I didn't get a chance to read what I Googled. I got sidetracked, but I mean, it's not normal. It's really weird.
Yeah, no, it was like the first couple weeks after the crime took place is when it got deleted. Yeah, because that's from the very beginning. Yeah, first couple weeks, it did get deleted. The LinkedIn got deleted. And you know, when it comes to the group and the rich older men in that area that try and have as much eye candy as they want and more, and the amount of money that gets thrown around up there for stuff, I would imagine the LinkedIn would have been really important when it comes to, when it comes to this parallel investigation. That's what I think the parallel investigation was involved, was that group of people that, when we go back, when was it? March of 2023 is when I was already discussing its videos. I had to take down because of legal reasons, but I went into the background of the 1122 King Road, the properties. I went into the business owners. I went into the businesses that they're running. I went into their Bitcoin scams. I went into the stuff that they were linked to overseas. I went into the stuff that they were linked into in Alaska, Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, California. It involved Colorado. It involved multiple different states and other countries as well. It was a couple episodes that I did. And so when you're going into all those characters and you're going into all of that activity, and a lot of that activity had to do with SA it had to do with. And when you're mixing it with those group individuals that I discuss, and then the ones that I discuss when it comes to the grub truck because they're part of it. And you look at the bank accounts and you look at all the money flowing around and you look at big time purchases that were spent with big time money. And how does it get there? There's a, LinkedIn would have been very important, especially because these people that are the hierarchy of the group, they're the ones that are chilling in the mountains in northern Idaho, away from all the city action. They're the ones chilling in northern Idaho on the side of the mountains, running things with their money, manipulating things, and also enjoying the finer things in life that come with that kind of money and power. Okay. And when they don't have Instagram accounts, they don't have Snapchats, they don't have, uh, you know, those kind of TikTok, Yik Yak. They don't have those. What they do have is LinkedIn. Why do they have LinkedIn? Because they run businesses. And that's how they network, is through LinkedIn and all these different professional apps. So, like Indeed. What better way to, think about it. What better way to hide a private conversation that you're having with a client than if it's a conversation that's taking place from, oh, this is just somebody that applied for the job. You know how many times I've heard from females at different jobs where they would apply for a job on Indeed, and next thing you know, they're having personal conversations with the person that put the job application out there, and next thing you know, the conversations take a way personal turn that's not business appropriate before they even come in and do the interview.
I didn't know that.
That's a good way to hide a private conversation, isn't it? Oh, they just applied, and then it's a business conversation. They're going to look in your text messages, your Instagrams, your Facebooks, this and that. So when it comes to Indeed, when it comes to LinkedIn, very important. Now, maybe most people might not think it is because they're like, oh, it's just a job website. Well, when I talk to you and bring this stuff up, it's one of the most important, just as important as Instagram and Snapchat. And I think it has or had names on there that were part of the parallel investigation. And I think that's why the parallel investigation was taking place, because they were already seeing what was going on up there. They already noticed what was going on up there, and they saw where it was headed. And you're talking about sexual crimes, okay? Sexual crimes. They're not going to take that lightly. Trafficking, are with women. Like all of these different crimes. And that, you can't tell me it's not taking place up there in that group, because look at what those people already have in their background. The same stuff. They just have money and power to get away with it. They had money and power to say, hey, we like your show, but we're just giving you a friendly take the shit down. Their lawyer reached out to me.
Okay.
Yeah, the next day they're like, look, we like your show, man. We like that, but you need to take that shit down. I'm giving you a friendly. I didn't even have to reach out and give you a friendly. I'm giving you a friendly. I was like, well, that's commendable. That's commendable. And I still have them. Because after I removed them, I made sure I downloaded them.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, there's no way I'm not.
Yeah. I'm sure.
I have to keep it, you know. I just have to find
Yeah.
it. But anyway, that's another topic. Okay. But here. All right. So let's get into this. This is the interview. I'll have a timestamp in the show. Hold on one second. Contribution call out Leslie and Billy, and thank you so much for the $5 super chat. CJ, I appreciate what you do and the mods do, and thank you so much. And what is that? Oh, that's so cool. It's an owl. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let me hit the heart and like that. And thank you all. Thank you all for being here. All right. So here's the intro. I'm not going to play the first couple minutes, and I'm not going to play the last part of it. I encourage you to go show some love if you haven't. Definitely go show some love to the video here. And there's the link again. I'll be dropping it throughout the show. And we're just going to watch certain parts of it. And for its and the entirety of it, I encourage you to go check out the link as well. So without further ado, Rosee, here we go.
But without further ado,
and welcome everybody. Steve Gonsalves, the father of Kaylee Gonsalves. How are you doing, my man? How's it going?
I'm doing good. It's been a good day. I just got off being on call, so it's nice to get my schedule back. And it's a good day. And it's almost summer here in North Idaho. Weather's looking nice, so it's nice. It's nice, and I've got good news today, so it's a good day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it sounds good. It's out here in Texas. It's getting warm, and so I can imagine it's I guess a little bit cooler up there up in northern Idaho. You mentioned some good news today. I'm not sure how much you can go into, but more or less, what kind of news would that be?
We got some word that there was some paperwork that came out. I believe there were subpoenas, but don't quote me on that. I don't know exactly what they were, but there's paperwork that came out that asked people to be prepared to go to court. So take that as a sign that Hitler's tight schedule is something he put together, and it looks like it's gonna happen. I'm kind of reading between the lines a little bit, but I can't say that that's a bad sign. So I'm glad that it's another thing that made this day a pretty good day.
Yes, sir. I've been I'm excited. It's wrong. I've been liking what I've seen out of Judge Hitler. Not to say anything bad against Judge John Judge. It's just there's a different attitude, a different confidence, a different way of controlling the court. Have you noticed the difference? And I know you were a little bit against the move to Ada County. Do you feel the same way now?
You can have both things, right? You can be disappointed that the community that was hurt the most isn't the one that's able to see the justice. And I don't want to live in a country or a world where only our biggest societies are the ones that are able to orchestrate justice. You don't want to be in a situation where you have to be in a big city for you to be able to have the facilities and the resources to actually have justice. I think that's a bad message, and I'm still against that. But it is what it is. Ottawa County, they didn't have the resources. They couldn't get it done. It was nothing against Hitler, but that courtroom was a fraction of the size of the one we're going to. It didn't even have an elevator. This one has an elevator of at least, I'm going to say 6 floors. I haven't been on all of them. I typically just go straight to Hitler's, which is on the 5th floor. And I get out there and go straight to his court. So and the security, all the different things that they have, there's a lot that goes into a case that gets the attention of the nation. So I was disappointed that we had to move it, but I believed in the leadership of the state of Idaho, that they would go out and find somebody who was built for this case. And that's exactly what happened. They went and found somebody who was understood the struggles that we were going through, and we got a leader that could go in there and clarify and understood the law, could could figure it out on the fly, and you see that all the time. I mean, even presents logical arguments that I've been hoping somebody would, which just speeds the whole processes up. Otherwise, you send everyone home, then they build the arguments, and then they come back and they say something that could have been spoken right then and there. So I'm definitely happy with Hippler, and I think he's more than fair. And things are moving. Things are moving. I feel like we went 2 years without anything happening. So I'm glad to be in a situation where this isn't every day of my life. Hopefully we don't go past 3 years, and we get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I agree 100%. One of the things that I've really thought that has made a big difference in this case is the transparency that's also been possessed through this case and now through Judge Hippler. And how do you feel about the transparency, the information that is now going through? I mean, this is a lot of information. We've had 911 calls, we've had text messages, we've had a lot of things that have come out recently that were sealed. As a family member of a victim, how do you see that information coming out, and how does it make you feel?
I'm not a fan of gag orders. When we first got one on us, we did a little research on them. We found out like the origins of them that we found in the United States went back to the 1800s, and they were used to basically silence the legal representation of unions. So when they started,
see, and when he brings this up, I'm gonna put a poll in chat, and I want to know, like, are you in favor of gag orders yourself? I'm personally not. Because I feel like everything should be put out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't say that I am. I think that at this stage of things, I don't think that things should be hidden. I understand sometimes during, the early parts of an investigation, like keeping things close to the vest, but that's honestly the extent of it that I think is okay. I don't believe in gag orders either.
I mean, when it comes to like certain key details, like like loss of blood amount, there's some things that just you do need to keep close to the investigation, because but when it comes to 911 call, when it comes to transcripts, when it comes to the photo of the suspect vehicle, when it comes to all these different things, no, it should all be out in the open. I really feel, because if the evidence is there, why not?
Yeah, and like I think it comes down to there's a difference between secrecy and privacy. And gag orders are on the side of secrecy.
Yeah, he said it himself. He said it was started. Gag orders were started to suppress the negative truth.
Yeah.
From the legal representation of cave mines, because they didn't want to be responsible. It's just like the tobacco companies in the 70s. They did studies that showed that tobacco use caused health issues, and they didn't want to admit it, so they suppressed with legal representation. They suppressed the information. You can go to oil spills from these countries that have had oil spills. They've wanted to suppress how it took place. They wanted to suppress how bad it was. They want to suppress the negative truth, and that's how gag orders were started in the first place. And so that's why, yeah, I'm not really in favor of them, because nothing should be suppressed. Right. It should all be laid out on the table. It should all be right there for everybody to see. Now, yeah, some things, because you got to keep certain details of the crime or whatever, because you really, if somebody comes in and says, yeah, I did this crime, but they don't know that secret detail. Well, then you know that you're lying. You got to keep those things. Or if they mention something in an interview that wasn't put out to the public about a key detail of an injury or something, then they know, wait a minute, this person knows more than what they're saying. That's why they keep stuff close to the vest when it comes to certain details, because it helps lead them to solve the crime. But when it comes to a lot of this stuff, like everything was gagged, it's
Yeah.
because they're trying to suppress the negative truth. The negative truth is the fact that it's not lining up all the way.
Right.
It's close, but it ain't. There's no contact between the two pins, so to speak. So, yeah.
I mean, sorry.
No.
Just like as a foreigner, I think that like I really admire the system that you guys have. I mean, I can't go and make a FOIA request. I don't know what that was a year ago. So I just think it's very important, like the openness.
Yeah, because like Busby says, what's up, Busby? It's because it helps the public understand.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. Right. And like if you're in court, nothing should be hidden. Because it is supposed to, exactly. It's about the right person. It's about getting the justice for the victim. And the only way that the victim, the families, and communities get justice is if the right person, not that person's name, not that person's religion, not that person's color, not that person's sex, none of it. It's because it's the right person that committed the crime. That's why you should never tie your emotions into somebody else being. Things can be spun. Listen, it's not the first time there's been corruption. Where do you think the word came from? Because it started taking place. it's been happening. So to say it can't, that's why I feel bad for the people that are just. It's on either side, really, because there's just like on the side that he's not guilty. There's people that won't say, hey, if there, if there's the evidence that he's, like this, like I talk about this, like the 1 hour of him sitting outside King Road for over an hour between the hours of 10 and 4 a.m. on an evening. I'm sorry, if there's proof of that, I got to look at Brian Koberger a little sideways. And I'm just being honest. So it's on both sides. It's with a lot of these cases, it's not the right person, regardless of who it is. It's that person. And that's what it is a lot of the times these days. It's that person, not the right person.
Yeah, and I think speaking about both sides, the reason that we're all so divided is because we don't have all of the information to assess. That it's literally the gag order's fault. So.
Yeah, it is, and he even admits that it is, because when you have that much information suppressed that shouldn't be, the 911 call, the transcripts, all that stuff, all of this stuff should have been put out there fairly quickly. It leaves room for interpretation or manipulation of the facts. And that's exactly what people that are about the public opinion, that's what they will succumb to, is that exact route. So let me know I got a poll up there. If you haven't voted, let me know. If you don't see it, just hit refresh because YouTube is buggy. And also make sure you're on all chat or live chat instead of top chat. For some reason, it just automatically defaults to top chat. I don't know. There's a lot of.
I'm just going to be 1 minute. I just want to check on a noise quickly. But,
go ahead.
Carry on.
Yeah. Okay. So we're at the. Let me know. Are you for gag orders? Obviously, I'm not talking about key details of injuries or whatever. But for the most part, like, yes, there should be gag orders with certain key details, but when it comes to gag ordering everything, no, it should be all there. Like this dude's background that he has, the post-its, the little maps, and that's what we should be seeing. All of the stuff, the receipts, the timelines, the transcripts, the 911 call, all that stuff.
Hiring lawyers with their fees and started to be able to have a lawyer tell them, hey, these mines that we're going into aren't safe. The whole bird, canary in the gold mine.
Mhm.
That goes back to these guys. They would go down there, and when the bird died, they ran.
That's crazy.
That was their safety. So they hired lawyers, and then these lawyers started. TV wasn't a thing.
Mm-hmm.
They went to the local newspaper and started saying and describing the conditions. And one of the legals of the time said, "You need to shut him up. You got to shut those lawyers up." So they made a gag order. So they're not really. I'm not a fan of them. I don't like them at all. I think the truth coming from the court, the facts as they are, you're still going to have jury members that decide what those ultimate facts are. But hiding information in the sake of thinking that you can control the narrative, I don't, maybe when you had 3 news channels back in the day, when I was a kid, you had like ABC, CBS, and NBC, and that was it. But those days are gone. I mean, everybody's you got these people that think he's innocent, and you got these people that think he's guilty, and there's every view in between. So you're not going to hear just one narrative. You're not going to hear 3 stations saying that he's guilty. And that was just one reason of a gag order, where they basically said that this individual couldn't get a fair trial. But like I said, the gag order goes back to suppressing a lot of truth. And I don't want to live in a country where we have to hide the truth as we know it, the facts that are found
exactly
in an investigation. We have somebody who's been in jail for 3.5 years. You should have a lot of evidence, and society should agree that evidence is sound enough that we can keep these people off the streets. Otherwise, you release them on bail. So I think our case, a lot of people try to say he's innocent until proven guilty. That's true. That's true in the most generic way. But we do have a grand jury, and that grand jury did an indictment, and that indictment basically pulled him off the streets. So,
and we brought it up again last night. They can pull a ham sandwich off the streets.
Right. I mean, yeah.
Hey, ham sandwich, you got the wrong cheese on tonight, buddy.
We caught you.
We caught you. Where's your Dijon mustard? Huh? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put the Dijon? Okay.
I remind my children that we don't have like an innocent person in jail, that there is no evidence. We actually do have somebody in jail with a bunch of evidence.
That's the T. Where'd you put the Dijon? You got the wrong cheese. We're taking you in.
And if he doesn't have answers for that evidence, I believe the case is over.
Yeah, no, there's actually quite a bit of evidence against him that we know about. I'm sure there's even more we don't. I think a lot of people look at the probable cause affidavit and say, hey, well, this has a lot of the information in it. And at the time, it probably did, but not so much anymore. I mean, the PCA was developed in probably 9 days from the moment that they, got his name to the moment that they put him in handcuffs. And so a lot more time has gone since then. And, well, let's kind of get back into it. Let's go to the beginning. A lot of people struggle with that night. Why that night? And a lot of folks have struggled with, if this was a guy that was trying to commit the perfect crime, he would have noticed a new vehicle that was Kaylee's. Maybe he didn't know who it was. She had not been there for a while. A lot of people speculate that she'd moved out and there was nothing there anymore. Is that the case when it comes to what she was still living there or not?
She was spending way more time at our house. So depending on who this person was after, he may have chosen the day because that she was there. because the previous 2 weeks she'd been at our home and had been taking care of stuff. People that don't know the area, that community I think gets around 90,000 when it's full in term between WSU and UI. But when they're out, it drops down to like 20,000 people. So what that means is if you're a local and you're one of these kids being a barista or working on tips, the money's gone. It dries up. So they all get out of town once school's out. So, you know, she was up here, you know, hustling, doing, she can go back to her barista job. I know other kids, my son, Jack, they come up here and they, as long as you don't burn your employer, you give them a call and you can pick up a shift at any drop of a hat. And we don't have the seasonal flows out like they do, so they could come up here and make good money. So I don't think she was there that much. And he had stalked that place out 23 times at least that we know of. We know he'd done more than that. There's some surveillance that shows that some of the days that he was there, he didn't have his phone on.
There was I missed that. I missed that part. There was surveillance that showed. Hold on, let me go back. There was surveillance that showed he was there even though he didn't have his phone on.
School's out. So, you know, she was up here, you know, hustling, doing, she can go back to her barista job. I know other kids, my son, Jack, they come up here and they, as long as you don't burn your employer, you give them a call and you can pick up a shift at any drop of a hat. And we don't have the seasonal flows out like they do, so they could come up here and make good money. So I don't think she was there that much. And he had stalked that place out 23 times at least that we know of. We know he'd done more than that. There's some surveillance that shows that some of the days that he was there, he didn't have his phone on.
What?
Does he mean he didn't have his phone on, or he didn't have his phone on him?
He said surveillance like it's footage.
Yeah.
Let me try and scoot back just a couple seconds here. Hold on.
Have his phone on.
Did that get cut? Hold on.
Yeah.
Like it got spliced out, right?
Yeah. That's what I was also hearing, but I wasn't sure if it was the phone on or the phone.
Yeah, it's like it got spliced right there. Hold on.
Out like they do, so they could come up here and make good money. So I don't think she was there that much. And he had stalked that place out 23 times at least that we know of. We know he'd done more than that. There's some surveillance that shows that some of the days that he was there, he didn't have his phone on.
It was clipped.
Yeah.
What? Hold on a minute. Yeah, I know it wasn't streamed live. You could, when you start the video, he's live and then he plays the recording. Why would that be clipped out? Because you can see it's an obvious edit. You can see his face is.
I don't know. But it makes a huge difference what he said at the end.
When I was watching this and I kept hearing that, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, is this edited? Is this heavily edited?
I thought maybe he was like having like reception issues, but I also considered.
I just didn't even.
Because I mean,
yeah. I thought it was reception issues as well.
Yeah.
When I watched it, but then when we're trying to figure out if he says his phone is on or on him or what exactly, you know, what I don't know what he said, you know, so I'm like, well, here, let me rewind it, and then I'm sitting there and I watched his whole face just completely clipped to something. I'm like, whoa, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
And yeah, now
that was the thing. when I first heard it, I just listened. I wasn't looking at it.
Yeah, I wasn't either. You keep hearing that sound
Yeah,
quite
that little gap.
quite often, and it was just like, oh, reception. Yeah, exactly. You think it's reception issues, but
Yeah, because I mean, I also have a microphone that does that when the noise cancelling's on, but that's not what this is. Because we just saw it. It's
that's what I'm thinking, Busby. I need you to edit these certain things out, which when you're having an interview, that is, I'll be honest with you. I try when I do my interviews, I'm like, look, I'm going to discuss this. We're going to discuss this. You know what I mean? We'll still go
Yeah.
through it. We'll still go through it after we're done or whatever, if it's not live, and then you can go ahead and we'll go through it. We'll sit down together, we'll have a meeting, we'll go through it together at the same time, and then you can let me know, okay, from this to this to this. But I try and avoid having those edits in my interviews because of transparency, right? So I always just make it like, hey, if you don't want something public, in this conversation, then, I try to make it to where there's no edits whatsoever. It's from the beginning to the end. That it makes me wonder, because I would pre-record it too. You definitely don't want it going off in some direction just because of other influences or whatever. But yeah, it makes me wonder because it was cut off right after he said on. So I can't answer your question about what exactly he means by if it's not on him or the phone wasn't on. But when he says surveillance, that's telling me that there's some footage.
Yeah. I mean, we know what they sometimes mean by footage. Like, I know you've looked at the comparisons of the car, and like, I admire that you guys can do that because I can't even tell it's a car. So I'm not sure what he could mean by this. If it's footage of a person or more of the vehicle stuff, I don't know.
Well, how do
But-
they know it's him if it's
Exactly.
not during the daytime?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then maybe it's I don't know. It is a weird thing to cut that in the middle and not just
I mean, if you have video, listen, I don't know how you have video evidence if you're getting the nighttime pictures of his car and there's no way to track him other than surveillance. I don't know how you're confirming that it's him, because those pictures, I don't even know how. That's already a problem right there. But if you're driving in the daytime, like, this is what it's gonna. You're gonna have. This is what it's gonna look like in the daytime as you're going up to the house. Like, if you're talking about this camera right here, can you imagine? Yeah, you're gonna be able to see Koberger in the damn car through the windows.
Yes.
When you're getting a picture like this, you're pulling up and they're getting the photo of you, and hell, just because you see this part right there, the camera's, you got an even better picture of me sitting in my car driving into the neighborhood, front plate or not, and then when I'm leaving, you got my plate clear as hell. How you can say that the pictures that were provided, at night for what we were provided for the case, I don't know how you can say, like, yeah, there's a license plate, there's not. I don't know how you can say, oh yeah, that's him for sure. You can't you can't even see inside the window, but where I paused it on this video, you'd be able to. This is where my car would be, right here, right in front of this. Because look, you got the pole off to the left. I'm just passing the pole off to the left. You would have had a great picture to see me in the car. So it really makes me wonder, like, what kind of surveillance? Because the only other surveillance that we would know about in that neighborhood is the surveillance from, and he did mention this before, when he talked about, this was back in December of 2023, when he talked about other camera evidence vantage points towards 1122, which is not 1112's camera. This is why I feel like 1126 King Road is the camera that he's talking about, but that can't be the camera that is really getting his car confirmed proof that it's him, because if you're talking about that camera, it's not going to be able to give you a great image like this one would. So this camera at 1112 would have had to be the surveillance that he's talking about.
Can we listen to that one more time?
Yeah, it would have to be. Hold on, 13.
At any drop of a hat. And we don't have the seasonal flows out like they do, so they could come up here and make good money. So I don't think she was there that much. And he had stalked that place out 23 times at least that we know of. We know he'd done more than that. There's some surveillance that shows that some of the days that he was there, he didn't have his phone on. You know, the people got hung up, and even myself, over the stalking.
See?
Yeah.
And yeah, you guys want to see the similar car that's a neighbor? Let me see here. Right here. You want to see a car that's a similar car to the neighbor, right? Oh, okay. So as we're leaving, this is 1122. We're in the back parking lot before the house was torn down. And this is something that I brought up when I was checking my footage when I got back. This was a long time ago, almost 2 years ago, with this footage. As I was looking through it when I got back, I noticed a white Hyundai Elantra. And I was like, wait a minute. Here's another Hyundai Elantra from the neighborhood. And so I'm like, was this vehicle there at the time? And it was there at the time. So as you're pulling up, see this house up and to the right? Yeah, and guess who was walking? Mm-hmm. One of the people we talk about during this case was walking right in front of me right there. Right there, right to the right. Yep, right here. That car right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the footage from back then, but yeah, but that's the thing. When I didn't realize this until I got there, that there's so many different white cars. So if you watch any of my footage, I need to make a playlist of all my different footage so people can just go to a playlist and see all the different footage. When you go through all the different footage, you'll see there's so many white cars. You can even look up my PCA route. That'll show you a bunch too, but I have a lot of other stuff as well. But there's so many white vehicles in general. It's just like, what the hell? It's everywhere. There's so many white vehicles. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what other surveillance. It would have to be 1112 or 1126. And
yeah.
I don't see how 1126 would be able to get that kind of surveillance to show proof. So it would have to be 1112. during the daytime.
Yeah. I guess he explained it further, but I can't know that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let me see here. Got hung up myself over the stalking. So, and the 23 times. It's like I said, when I was in Pullman, I was connecting to the tower that utilized 11. That 1122 utilized as well. Pullman, southeast corner.
Of his phone on. You know, the people got hung up, and even myself, over the stalking. The stalking in Idaho is defined as a certain profile. He was definitely stalking, surveilling, whatever whatever definition you want. That he didn't have reasons to be in that location within 100 yards, and I can guarantee you they've checked his bank records and seen if he was actually shopping. Like he, like some people are just naive and stupid. They want to be stupid. You know, they want to believe myths and fairy tales and be lied to. I don't have any time for those type of people. So yeah, we nailed down all these type of things. You know, when we talk with the prosecution, we're just like, let's make sure that we've checked bank records. Let's make sure that we can define everything that this individual is doing when he was making these trips. And you know, when you're talking about 23 trips, can a person make a perfect backstory every single time they're driving out there? Sure, some days you can go to Winco and pick up a 6-pack and some potato chips or milk or whatever, but it takes true discipline to do it every single time. And I know mistakes were made, and people think, you know, he was smart, and he, you know, it doesn't matter. The days of making a perfect crime, they're over. You can't do it. There's just too many sensories. I mean, every camera is a sensor. Every car on the road, every single year we get, there's more and more cars with cameras. You see all these morons that are, you know, keying Teslas. What kind of idiot doesn't realize Teslas have cameras on?
The one thing I do have to say is, with better technology comes better opportunities for people to manipulate that technology to create crimes and get away with it. So,
yeah, it evens out, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, think about just what we were talking about earlier when it comes to the SA crimes and the social media.
Yeah.
It's
exactly
a lot of it. Look at how, and in fact, these people are able to commit more crimes while getting away with it in the meantime than they were before that kind of technology was introduced, because maybe they only got to come across a child every once in a while for their own whatever, and now they can literally just be sitting on their couch.
Yeah, that's true.
The access.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was so surprised about that. I forgot what it's called already. The Snapchat location-y thing as well. Like, everything's so accessible. Like, you can just see where a person is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as much as it can help, it can also go the other way too. That's why, you know, if technology was able to combat crime, then these people wouldn't have been able to manipulate the technology to commit more crimes. So it's not like technology is stomping crime out of our existence. In fact, it just makes it easier, and it gets even worse.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's cybercrime now. That never used to exist. So
yeah. But he is true. Like, there's a lot of vehicles that do have cameras, and there's a lot more street cameras, and there's a lot more surveillance for the stores that he would have been shopping in. So, you know, if, yes, there would be, you know, but what if somebody's paying cash? You know what I'm saying? Then where's, listen, I'm telling you, like, the shopping is better in Moscow. It really is. There's
you said that.
multiple reasons. It's cheaper, and you get bags. It's a win-win, and you're driving the same amount of time to go to the Walmart in Pullman, 10 minutes. To get to the Walmart in Moscow, it's 10 minutes. It's the same amount of time. So why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I go to the Walmart, in Moscow? Well, yeah, Yvette, there's, it's like I said, there's some animosity there, and I really somewhat don't blame him, because when people think about all the stuff that's being made up about Steve, you know what I'm saying? Some of the sick stuff, some of the stuff, like even people doing shows about how he's essaying Kaylee and shit,
I hadn't heard about that.
You never heard? Yeah, there's people that make videos and do shows and just completely like
Where
degrade.
do they even get it from? Like, how do they think that up? I mean, I don't know about some people.
Well, because there's nothing else to talk about, or the views are getting low,
Yeah.
and we need to shock and awe. But no, there's a lot of people that the last couple years, but it's just last couple years, there's been a lot of people talking about all sorts of negative things when it comes to Steve. I've always I even got bashed when people were bashing Steve in the very beginning for talking all the time. I was getting bashed right along with them, because I'm like, dude, this is the only person we're getting information from. Why are we bashing him and making him out to be a bad person when he's the one that's standing in front of everybody saying, don't make me be the fucking alpha? I want justice for my daughter and her friends. And if you're not going to step up to the plate and do what you're supposed to do, what you were hired to do, the job you took, then I'm going to make sure it takes place, because I'll be damned if my loved one doesn't get justice. I've always shouted and supported and praised, but then there's sometimes, yes, where I'm like, dude's getting regurgitated information from people that are just trying to tell him what he wants to hear, so he won't interfere with what the hell they're trying to accomplish. That's why they stopped him in the first place, because he was interfering in what they were trying to accomplish, because he was coming out with truth. He was coming out with real shit, not manipulation, not he was going where the evidence was leading him, while the other people that shut him up were the ones that were leading the evidence. They were doing it two completely different ways. And when you're leading the evidence, you don't want somebody that is going where the evidence leads them, because it'll take them to a different location than the location you were trying to get to. So you're going to tell him everything that you want to tell him, that you think he wants to hear, just to get him to shut up, so he doesn't ruin what you're trying to do. And that's where I feel he's a victim. He's a victim where he's been told, listen, if I was when you have to, when you're in that position he's in, and there's nothing that he can do, you have to trust that the people that are there to do that job are really trying to do that job. You have to trust to a fault at some points. And I think that's where he's at. He's at a point. He's got the stuff at home. He's got all of this stuff swirling around on social media, and I really feel like that's why I'll never say anything bad about Steve or talk about him like people do. That's just not who I am, and it's not what I'm about. And at the same time, that don't help his family or loved one get justice either. It's about the right person. But I do feel he has been manipulated from the people above him that do feed him the information, that they're feeding him the same information that they're trying to feed the public. And they did feed the public with the PCA Exhibit A. They're feeding him just like they fed us the same information. And now we're seeing in these court documents that the information that was fed to us in the beginning isn't the same flavor as the stuff that we're being fed today. But we don't have that emotional investment and attachment because it wasn't our loved one. So we can see things a little more clear. We can look at things with a little more perspective or a little more open-mindedness instead of being set on one particular route. And I feel like that's where we're at. And so that's why I feel like we're hearing a lot of the certain things that we're hearing. It's not of his fault. He's just going off of what he's been told, and he's expecting the people that are telling him the information to be about the right shit. And unfortunately, they've been manipulating him because they know just as much as they know that he was out there putting out information and they needed to stop it, they know that they can also use him for information. They can use him to say, hey, Steve, Brian Koberger was outside of the residence for over an hour between 10 and 4 a.m. and Steve's going to say it. So then that builds more public. You know what I'm saying? Just like what they tried to do in the beginning.
Yeah.
With mainstream media. You look at everything that it's all about propaganda. Propaganda. And unfortunately, that's just my opinion. He's not able to. There's too much emotion and investment. It's like he's already invested too much. He'll lose everything if he backs out now. So he's just trying to keep it all together. That's just my opinion. So I'll never say anything. I've always shouted him out, even when the whole community was bashing him in the beginning. I was like, dude, y'all need to check your fucking heads, man. Because this dude's doing something that should be done from law enforcement, and they're just not stepping up. So at least he's holding them to the fire. But yeah, I can see why he'd be mad. Even like when he says pro burgers, he's like, man, if I run across some pro burgers, and he talks about being behind the slammer because of it, I bet I don't blame him, because if there was people doing that shit too to me, I'd be wanting to fucking, I'd be pissed as hell too. Like, that's messed up. Just because you want some attention, you're going to use somebody else's name and make up some bogus ass horrible shit that's not even true just because you want some attention. I get where that frustration comes from. I mean, hell, I've had people make shit up about me plenty of fucking times. Some bogus ass shit that's never even close to being true. And it's just because these people want attention. They want to make shit up, attach your name to it so they can get attention. And that's what it is about most of the time with this stuff anymore. And it's just getting ridiculous. It really is. It's not about the victims anymore. But we'll get back to this. Yes, technology, as much as it brings, ways to catch people, it also creates more ways for people to get away with things. And unfortunately, you get away with more things than people do getting caught with this technology. It's just the way it is, and I feel like it'll always be that way. In fact, I really feel like the negative side has even more benefits with newer technology that comes out, because it's not like we're catching a whole bunch of criminals left and right now. They're getting away with a lot more stuff. So the balance is, I think it's actually separating even more from how much good can come out of it compared to how much negative is happening from it with the technology. So
Yeah.
24/7, that they don't even need the car to be turned on. So when you see stuff like that, your days of making a crime and not being seen, they're over. And thank God for that, because maybe people can just get over it and treat each other good and stop trying to cut out corners and trying to.
There's another clip.
I mean, it's very rare that you get some individual who thinks he's got visions of grandeur so much that they think that they can decide when people live and die. I mean, that's a psychopath. That's somebody who's, or it's just got a death wish.
And I'm taking Koberger's name out of it. The person that committed the crime or the people that committed the crime, damn straight, they're a sociopath. You know, like all the stuff that he's saying, damn straight. Whoever committed this crime. I'm not going to say a name. I'm just going to say whoever or however many, whoever committed this crime, damn straight. This everything he's saying, 100%.
Yeah.
100.
He wants to go out and be famous off of what his actions are rather than who he is. So
100.
I think you had that place, stacked out, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's seen something that night that made him decide that he had to do it. He had to build up, and I think there was multiple times he went there and he thought it was going to be the night. And he got frustrated because there was a party or there were some people there and he wasn't allowed to do it. So
it's kind of like I brought up a long time ago in the beginning. The dude was well prepared. He had a bag sitting in his closet for the night that was going to take place. Damn straight.
Yeah, there was a lot of planning. I mean, there's no way this wasn't meticulously planned. Yeah.
Already had that backpack ready with the garbage bag and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Already had that backpack ready. Ready to go. And she just got into town. Oh, tonight's the night. Because I guarantee you, he told you a little bit ago that she wasn't there very much anymore. And I guarantee you that person said the next night that she is here, you think people are going to, the crime supposedly took place at 4 a.m. You think people are going to be partying at 4 a.m? More often than not, no. So it's not like he waited to see if there was going to be a party or not. The dude was already already had planned before she even came back. When she comes back, that's the night that it's taken place. And when he found out, or they found out, that she was back that night, all right, all I gotta do is sit and wait for those lights to go off. It didn't matter what time it was. Didn't matter. Yeah. And you could have literally, with how much time that I spent back there in a week and all the things that could have been looked at as odd when I'm just sitting there doing my work on my computer, and nobody looked at me sideways, and this was a year to the date of the crime taking place. The crime had already taken place, and nobody looked at me sideways. And how dark it is, yo, you could have chilled in that back corner. The back corner where the parking lot meets the road, where there's that hill that goes up, but then there's it slopes down real quick. You could have literally chilled in that back corner and nobody would have even noticed you. It's so dark. You could have hid in those bushes and trees. Nobody would have noticed you, especially if you're dressed in all black. Nobody would have noticed you. So it didn't matter what time. Yeah, I'm sure there was other times that the person might have been sitting out there chilling, envisioning the crime in their head, playing it through, so that way when it takes place, they already know what they're going to do. Okay, I'm going to make sure I'm going to jump up through here. I'm going to go through here. I'm going to gain entrance here. I'm going to do this here. When I leave, I'm going to do this and go here and do. They're already there playing it in their mind. So they are prepared when they go there. And I'm sure before there was probably times where maybe they wanted to do it, but there was just too much activity going on. But
yeah,
when you're talking about
Sorry. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just agreeing, and like by everything that you're saying and everything that he's been saying, I guess they also felt like a sense of urgency because they didn't really know when she would be back because she was unpredictable like that, right? She was spending more time at home, her other home, so that might have like made it kind of really urgent the moment she arrived.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't think, I don't know. That's just
Sorry.
my opinion.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. All right, well, go ahead and play it some more here.
He made a rash decision. You know, he rushed himself and he went and did it. And, you know, like I said, he's not as smart as he thinks he is. None of us are as smart as we think we are. If we think we can get away with it, and a whole community is not going to be able to figure out that we're involved.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you mentioned the 23 times that he was around that place. You know, in the documents, it verifies or clarifies that on these occasions, these 23 times, that he was within 100 meters, and it was between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. Not when majority of your shopping is done, and there's not a store within 100 meters of the victim's residence. You know, you also mentioned that maybe perhaps he was out there with his phone off. The documents only bring up to November 17th.
Okay, so he says right there with his phone off. So when he brought it up earlier and said he didn't even have his phone on, so it's not that he didn't have his phone on him. He just says right there, you just mentioned a little bit ago he didn't have his phone on him, or he didn't had his phone off. Sorry.
Done, and there's not a store within 100 meters of the victim's residence. You know, you also mentioned that maybe perhaps he was out there with his phone off. The documents only bring up to November 17th.
So he said maybe with his phone off. So that's something. Why maybe? I really need to see this document or whatever it is. So if anybody knows, please send it to me because I've never seen it. I don't recall it, but I'm not saying it's not there. But I would really like to know for sure where this information about him being out there for over an hour between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. I brought it up yesterday. I haven't got any emails. I'm still waiting. So let me know.
You know, I don't know if you know or not, but you know, I think that if Kaylee was maybe perhaps the subject of you know, the target there, maybe there'd be some sort of correspondence there with the times that he was in the area with his phone off, or the nights that he went with his phone off was also the times that Kaylee may have been in town. You know, if those days correspond together, then that might be something that really points in that direction. Back early on, you'd mentioned that injuries didn't match. A lot of people have speculated what you meant by that, including myself. I still don't know the answer. Would you mind explaining what you meant by that?
I'm careful with it because throughout this whole investigation, there were things that we found on our own, and there was things that they shared with us, and that was one of the things that we kind of found out on our own. So I did share a little bit, and usually when I do share things, it's things that I didn't give my word that I wouldn't share it. It's hard to describe. I don't want to go.
Damn, that's a sneaky way to do it too. I didn't give him my word that I wouldn't share it. That's crazy. They could have been telling him something. They could be like, yeah, we, this about this and this about this. And because he didn't interrupt him and say, well, I'm going to share that. Like, oh my gosh. It's crazy.
I made no promises.
I didn't give him my word I wouldn't share it. It's like, dang. I wonder how many times they said, look, just keep this between us. And then you just don't even mention. Right? Let's keep this between us, and then you don't even mention.
Yeah, probably like he has a list of things that it.
Yeah, you're just sitting there with your lip zipped, and you're just like, You know, but hey, I didn't say I wasn't. It's like, damn, man. All right.
Go too far down. But I like how I said, there we talked to Mabbit, and she basically said that they were in the bed together. They had passed away, but she's seen markings and damages, so that made her suspect that that there was more to what had happened to them in that bedroom. So
Right, more than just a stabbing. Different injuries, more than what had took place. Yes, exactly.
So, I mean,
And we went through the different injuries and how Ethan and Xana were unalived at the same time. We went in with those documents that we read yesterday, with the 911 call, the vague testimony, and all that. Definitely check it out if you missed it. Two very interesting documents. It does take a while to go through each one, but there's a lot inside of them that are very revealing, and that was one of them. Two different weapons is what is being alleged there. So
I'll say he struck my daughter. You know, I'll give that out. He punched her, and you know, so for all those people who think he's a great guy, now he punched my daughter right in the face. So yeah, he's got some shit coming to him. You know, we're coming for him. That's one thing that was a little bit different. There's more to it, but
you know why he said punched?
Yeah.
He said punched because the butt of a K-bar is not going to commit that kind of damage to somebody's face in that period of time that they're saying that the crime took place. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Are you saying that it's been misunderstood when it was actually struck, not like the act of punching with a fist?
If you don't say punch, then there has to be another weapon.
Right. Okay.
Because a butt of a K-bar. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's injuries that, how do I describe it? Okay, so the butt of a K-bar is going to give you like the size of a quarter.
Okay.
Right? So with the damage from the butt of a K-bar, it's going to be spread out, right?
Okay.
Dot, 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 spread out. When you're talking about her injuries, and like I brought up earlier, remember, this is your face. That's what it looked like. That's your face. There's your nose. After the crime, that's what it looked like. The K-bar is not, in that specific time frame of the murder, is not going, not to say that it can't, it's going to take a lot longer. That's why I bring up the batchety.
Right.
Because you're talking about a large area. Boom, 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 just a few times, and your face goes like this to that. So when you're looking at the different types of where, I can't be too graphic.
It's I didn't mean to ask it like that.
No, I'm trying to explain it. Like I said, there's a difference between a quarter and a loaf of bread. Okay? There's a huge difference between a quarter and a loaf of bread. They create different injuries. And so you would have to say punched because, and I don't know, you has that maybe you would have to have a fist of steel to be able to pound somebody's face like that. Okay, you would have to. I mean, your bones would be breaking too. I don't understand, you know. And somebody would have had some serious injuries to their fist if those are 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 the injuries that's taken place. Yes, the reason I'm saying he's saying punched is because if you bring up the injuries in another form, then that means you're introducing another weapon besides a K-bar. That's why I'm saying he's saying punched. And maybe he was told that. I'm not saying he's making it up either. Maybe he was told that because these people know, look, they've already read the autopsy report. I don't know if they've seen the pictures. I'd imagine they would have had to, or at least Steve. But what I'm saying is they're trying not, just like they're trying not to introduce another person or another suspect, even though this whole time until the day before they were arrested him, they were saying suspects. They're not trying to introduce another person, just like they're not trying to introduce another weapon. So maybe they're the ones that said, yeah, he punched her in the face. But when you're going off of the injuries, the stuff that I was hearing from the very beginning, people that were telling me that's a bunch of bullshit. Now you're looking at the stuff in the court documents, and it's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to have been told to write something, the right thing, because when I'm hearing and it's the types of injuries, it's like a butt of a K-bar doesn't do that unless you're literally there for an extended period of time, a lot longer than what they're claiming. I'm not saying it couldn't do it. What I'm saying is you got to look at the time frame of how they're saying everything took place, and you also have to include the fact that they're including the person cleaning their own footprint in the time frame too. The K-bar is not going to create the damage that was created on her face in that quick period of time. It's just not going to happen. There's not enough room to create force like there is with another weapon that's a lot larger in that time frame. So when he said punch, I've never heard that, but I mean, the injuries. They've even said it themselves in their own interview. The injuries when they were reading the autopsy, it was like reading a horror movie. Okay, and then you're going off those injuries. I'm sorry, it's more than a K-bar. It's not that little quarter at the bottom of a butt of a K-bar knife. It's not. It'd take too long. Too long for that to happen. So that's just like I said. He's basically probably just regurgitating a lot of stuff that he was told to make him stop investigating and letting the evidence lead him. I really feel like if law enforcement didn't step in and tell him to keep it down, I really felt like Steve probably could have solved the damn crime, honestly. If he wasn't told to back off and slow down, I really feel like Steve would have him and his family would have got the evidence to show exactly what took place. He was on a roll, man. He was on a roll back then until they told him to stop. And then he had to trust everything they were saying because you could see his attitude. His attitude changed too. He was about trying to, it doesn't matter who it is. It's about and all of a sudden now it's about BKs. So you can see the change as well.
I'm gonna have to sit down with make sure that I don't say something that is gonna play into the case and tie anybody's hands.
Understood. Yeah, we definitely don't want to, I don't mean any disrespect either by the question, and I hope it's not too much. You know, I've never wanted to ask yourself or anybody anything about the injuries or the severity. You know, my thoughts had always been that obviously there would have to be a first person that he'd attack, and he'd probably have more of a surprise, and then a second person that he might have to act a little bit more quickly. But it sounds like it could be even more than that. You know, which is it's the whole thing is sad, and I apologize, and I'm sorry for your loss. So,
It is sad.
you know, you mentioned that law enforcement, they were open with you in the beginning, and then at a certain point they stopped. Was there ever a time when they may have told you that they believe that the person who committed this crime was outside of her circle, a stranger, so to speak?
Yeah, very early on they talked about they being the FBI. So we have an FBI satellite in the location right here in Coeur d'Alene. So we went down there and they laid out a profile for us. Said we wouldn't be surprised if this individual picked this community on purpose, because I guess they knew by the crime scene that this was a planned out event. There wasn't. They would know how something would look like if it's, you know, like a domestic violence type thing. It's going to look different than a crime where somebody sneaks in, gets to the people, kills them, and then gets out and doesn't leave a bunch of evidence, a bunch of blood trails out, and all that type of stuff. So early on, they said that they think that this individual picked this community, they wouldn't be surprised if he was on hugging the border of Washington. He was on the Washington side. There was I think a Lewis and Clark murder case that was 5 victims, and they never figured out who it was. So if this person was studying law, they may have known that this community had already had a serial killer come into their area, and then they got away with it. So that, you know, and if this person wanted to go to a college and go get, you know, education, then, you know, he had 2 colleges to pick from, and he was also going to an area that didn't have a history of always catching their serial killers. So I think they had identified that 100%, and they went down some scenarios of like what this person would probably behave like, what they would do, what their profile was. And the thing is, between the FBI, the state police, and my own investigation and investigator, and just having a presence online with all these kids that could reach out to us and talk to us, we found out a lot of information pretty early on. And I think maybe law enforcement was scared to have somebody who was that in tune with what was going on. We knew about the chief before it ever came forward. We knew about the white car day one. You know, they were like, they're looking for a white car. We didn't come out and tell anyone that because we didn't want people flooding us with fake clues. You know, that was one reason why we never even gave out some of the details on Kaylee, because we'd have people that say, oh, I know who did it, and this is how it went down. So then we'd say, well, what happened to Kaylee? And they could never, you know, obviously they couldn't tell us what those details were. So we were doing the same thing that officers do. You know, you keep some exclusive information back so you can vet people that are trying to, you know, be a snitch or an informant, or, you know, they try to leverage like, hey, I'm going to tell you this stuff about what this other guy did so I can get out of jail, or I can, things like that. So we went through some of that. And, but I think when we were accurate and we had that information, there was definitely, I know individuals looked us up and said, how are you guys coming to this info? How are you guys getting this stuff? And, you know, maybe it was just luck. Maybe it was determination. And I feel like there was times I worked on this case 10 hours a day, you know, 7 days a week. So
yeah, I really, like I said, I really felt like he would have solved the crime. Like the dude, yeah, back then it was like they said, how are you even getting it? Because, yo, you got to stop, you know. It kind of sucks because if you go back to any of those interviews back then, you can see the difference. You can really see the difference, you know. And but of no fault of his own. These people were elected. These people were given the opportunity to do that kind of public service, and shame on them. Shame on them for not doing what they signed up for, because nobody told them to sign up for it in the first place. They did. So shame on them for not doing what they were supposed to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think his hands are tied, like you say.
Yeah. And then just think, if he brought up somebody else's name or didn't think 100% BK, I can imagine the arguments.
Yeah.
Because you can see a lot of the. I'll just keep my mouth shut about that. All right, we'll continue here.
We figured some stuff out, and
Yeah.
that can definitely intimidate people, especially for a person who's. I told him right off the beginning, you're not going to gag me. You're not going to silence me. I'm not going to play a part in helping the person who killed my daughter. I'm going to do everything in my path to make sure that I play a role that this guy is killed and held 100% accountable to the fullest extent of the law, directly because he chose my family.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, 100%. As a father myself, and if I was really hope that, and I was in your situation, I'd probably be in the same boat, my man. Doing everything I possibly can, having as much attention as I possibly can get before it turns into like some sort of cold case. Because I can fairly positively say that may have been a fear at one point, that they weren't going to catch this guy.
Yeah. I mean, we all hear about the truck driver or, the rambling guy who just comes through your town. You know how hard it is when somebody who's doesn't have any connections to your community, and this individual didn't have any he didn't have a history. He was just moved out there. So those are the hardest cases. I've become very obsessed with working with legislators over this, because I'm like, something long-standing that we can do to help these children, this happened to them, is we can pass some laws that can help make it harder for somebody to come into our community and do something like this again. And one that's always been in the back of my mind, I've never worked on it, was just registering like truckers. If you're going to be an interstate trucker, you probably should have your fingerprints or something done into a system where just because there's just so much, it's impossible to ask a local police officer to investigate some guy who comes into your community for a couple hours and you're never going to see him again.
Yeah, 100%. The defense has brought up that they have a full of alternate suspects, and I know they have some blood on a handrail, and I know they have some other persons that they might look at. Maybe perhaps an incident that may or may not have occurred at Sigma Chi. I don't know if it did or didn't. Have you heard anything about that situation, or is that just all rumor?
It's all rumored BS. Really? I mean, he was with his sister, man. These kids are so good. I mean, he was doing his little date for his sister. I mean, wow. I mean, you see so many brothers and sisters fight and they can't stand each other, and these guys.
See, and this is where I think he misunderstood what Daniel was asking him, because Daniel was referring to the Sigma Chi event between the two frat brothers, one of them being Ethan, an altercation that was taking place. And so he's talking about he's talking about Ethan and his sister. And of course, I don't think, Ethan was with his sister. That was his date that night. That was his date, his sister.
All right. So do you think he was misunderstanding the question, or is he referring to another rumor? Because I haven't heard anything like that.
Yeah, because there's, from the very beginning, and I'm talking before Koberger was even arrested, a couple weeks after the crime took place, maybe not even 2 weeks. It might have been just a week after the crime took place. Yeah, she was there too, but Ethan was there with his sister because that was his date for the event that they were doing. Um, uh, but because Ethan and Xana were out together that night as well. So yeah, that was his sister, but I think Steve misunderstood the question because Daniel, I'm sure he was like, that event at the Sigma Chi house. Here it is right here. Thank you, Caddy. Let me see here. I got to switch. This right here.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's only. Hold on. Let me. I mean, that's big enough. It won't let me.
No, that's fine.
StreamYard changed how their Discord stuff gets shown. Let me. Here. Let me. Why is it doing that? Come on. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. That's better. There we go. So yeah, that it was the Betty Ball that was going on, the Betty's Ball or whatever. So yeah, that was the event that was taking place. She was there. But I think that him and Xana just after that, because you got the 9 o'clock, right? And I think that's where Ethan and Xana took off by themselves. Was that or not the 9 p.m. Bethany said that she saw him until 1:45, which I think her and DM got picked up and went to the food truck as well. But that's where I feel that Bethany did last see them, but then they ended up going somewhere else by that time. But let's see. Let me go back to this.
It's a really nice picture there. Ethan looks happy. Usually he looks very serious.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah, and his brother too. His brother, his sister, and him. They were all. It's crazy. Is in that picture, his brother's just as big as Ethan, if not bigger than Ethan. So, but yeah, Steve or Daniel, I believe Daniel was referring to the interview. The interview that was, or not the interview, but the altercation between the two frat brothers, and he just went. I think he just took it as, which I don't understand how he wouldn't have understood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. If you were digging through all this information, you would have came across this information that there was some kind of altercation. So the fact that he's going to him and his sister being in an altercation means that either I don't want to discuss that, or I really just maybe in the heat of the moment I didn't understand your question fully. But I believe that's what he was talking about. Damn.
Yeah, maybe it's like, sometimes if you're expecting a question, you hear it ahead and then you kind of answer the wrong question. Like maybe he just was expecting another question or something.
Who knows? Maybe he answered it and it didn't get included in the edit. I don't know. I wouldn't think that would happen. That doesn't make any sense because it's a legitimate question, and I think that's what Daniel's asking. I just think that maybe Steve wasn't paying too much attention, totally focused, or maybe it just went over his head. I don't know. It's just weird to me that it would be discussed about him and his sister because most of the time nobody even knew that his sister was there.
I didn't.
But but at the same time there was never any discussions about the altercation even involving his sister. The altercation just involved Ethan and another frat member.
Yeah.
The person to ask that question would be Hunter.
Right.
Yeah.
Where she was inviting him over for like a dance to be around her brother. So it just goes to show how close these kids were. But yeah, I haven't heard no real any truth to any of that.
Another person that I think that the defense might look at it is Jack, and a lot of reason might be just because he was with the girls that night at the corner club. He was the person that was getting phone calls. A lot of people still suspect that those phone calls may have been somebody else, without going into any details because that's their business. But did you hear any voicemails, or was it just text messages? Was there like proof of life at the time when those voicemails were or calls were?
The phone stuff was investigated by Christy and Olivia, so I wasn't around when they actually got into those things. I seen some of the screen captures, but I'm trying to help people understand how we know for a fact that Jack's not involved. There is the whole cast went into that neighborhood, and people are going to understand that cast detail is though we didn't get some of the timing records, there's still a lot of information there that they did get, and Jack is one of the people where they did get the timing records, which lets you go within feet.
And see, that's and that's assuming that Jack took his phone with him if he did commit the crime, because
Right.
he's discussing cast data, location data, time data, when the phone was active, yada yada, when literally he just lives a half a block away.
Right.
He can literally just leave his phone there and go do it. So
Yeah.
I don't, that right there is not proof. It just means somebody could have left their phone. How many people that commit crimes leave their phones on home with YouTube auto replay? You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that, it's not like it's a creative idea. It's like, no, you could literally just put your phone, freaking hit, have auto play. Your phone goes as long as until the battery dies. That means he was home. No, it don't.
Yeah. If they could make the phone go somewhere else, then we'll be impressed.
Especially if you're only a half a block away. Because if
Yeah.
something happens, you don't need to even call anybody. You can literally just walk back. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not. Yeah. So that to me, and then you see the way he would on social media, the way he talked to Kaylee, the way he talked to people complimenting Kaylee, the rageful, super jealous context that would be included with that. Just because he didn't have any injuries when he lifted up his shirt, who's going to have injuries if they're going in there with a machete? Swipe, 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 swipe. I mean, who's going to have injuries? Number one, who's going to have a cut on their hand? Number two, who's going to have any kind of physical change in them from that? Not really anybody. And then because the phone was left at home means, that he didn't do it at all. So I don't know. That's not proof to me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, I don't actually know a lot about him, to be honest. I haven't really looked into him much, but
He's a jealous. Just look up his because I know I have photos of it in my files somewhere, screenshots of it. Look up something look up like Jack D's screenshots on Kaylee's social media or messages on Kaylee's social media accounts, and I bet you'll find something on Reddit or something where you'll be able to see him, and you just look at how he talks to the people that are complimenting her, and also he makes a couple comments towards her as well on the social media. It's not very kind. It's not very loving. It's more like a really jealous rejected individual that doesn't like being exposed to seeing. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No, I will.
It's you're gonna be like, wow, dude, have some more self-worth. There's a billion people on this planet. Just because she don't want you don't mean another woman doesn't. Like there's so many people out there. To be all gung-ho and like whatever. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It really makes you look at it. Gives you a different perspective because look, it's one thing where he didn't answer his phone, right? You're a half a block away. You're the love of your life is calling you over and over and over and over at 4 a.m, or I'm sorry, 2:50 to 3 a.m, and you're not answering your damn phone. I'm sorry. If I'm at home and the woman that I love is calling me between 2:50 and 3 in the morning, I'm going to answer that fucking phone, especially if it's over and over and over and over, because I'm going to be worried that something's happening and I don't want to wake up the next day and go, gosh, if I would have just answered the call. Hell no. Hell no. But when you go and you start looking at all the social media posts that he was doing on her accounts, oh gosh, you're like, damn, that dude was jealous as motherfucker, man. It was obvious she dumped him, and she probably dumped him because she couldn't handle his jealousy because it interfered with their relationship. It interfered with any kind of interaction that they had. And I'm sure it took place because I really feel like the guy that she dated for a week that said, shut up, bitch, go make me a sandwich. I'm sure that was one of the people from the group that I'm talking about that created the wedge in between her and Jack. Oh my gosh, Kaylee, why are you with that guy? Look at him. He's getting so mad and this and that, and this and that. He's creating that wedge, creating situations and issues for Jack to flip out so then he can go, look, that's not who you need. You just need somebody like me, more mature, just manipulate it. And then once he has her in his grasp,
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Go make me this food, B. Like what kind of respect to a female is that, man? So yeah, you go see those social media posts, it's like, man, quesadilla. It's crazy. Yeah, it's horrible, man. It's horrible. You're just like, oh my gosh. It makes you look at stuff a different way. It really does.
So they knew when Jack's phone was moving when he was in his bed sleeping and moving around, whether that was under his pillow or it was on his blankets or whatever moving around. So they have a absolute certainty where Jack was that night, and there's surveillance that was going on around there that lets them know. Of course, he could sneak up in the attic and go through the crawl space. You could always, you could do these YouTube crazy scenarios where he got out of the house without triggering any of the surveillance that they had. But realistically, they know exactly where he was. Now, is he going to be?
What? I missed that too. They had surveillance in the house that didn't get triggered? What? Hold on.
Yeah, because.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, like he's saying that the only way he would have gotten out there was like through a crawl space or something. So there had to have been surveillance inside, or at least.
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Who have you heard it before this?
No, I heard it when I watched it the first time around, but I wasn't sure if it...
Before this interview, I'm saying. Have you heard that
No.
before this interview? I never heard that there was surveillance in the house that didn't get triggered.
No, I hadn't heard it until this.
What? I have never heard that. Have any of you guys heard that before this interview, that there was surveillance in the house that didn't get triggered?
I don't think I think it's new.
Whoa, okay. I never heard that.
Whether that was under his pillow or it was on his blankets or whatever moving around. So they have a absolute certainty where Jack was that night. And there's surveillance that was going on around there that lets them know. I mean, of course, he could sneak up in the attic and go through the crawl space. You could always, you could do these YouTube crazy scenarios where he,
or like jump up to the third floor deck and gain access through the third floor sliding glass door. I doubt there was surveillance on that. I doubt that. Whoa, this is crazy. Maybe it's on the doors, the sliding glass door on the second floor, the door on the basement floor that goes out to the parking lot, because that's how you would, if there's not cameras inside, that would have to be some kind of door alarm.
Okay, because
you don't set off a door alarm by going through the third floor deck. You set off a door alarm by going through the first and second. Go ahead.
No, I misunderstood. I thought he was saying that there was surveillance on Jack's house or in Jack's house that they can see he didn't leave his house. I misunderstood.
Oh, is that what they're saying?
That's what I thought.
Well,
I could be wrong. That I might have misunderstood that.
Maybe that is where he could, because I was thinking he was talking about.
There is the whole cast went into that neighborhood, and people are going to understand that cast detail is, though we didn't get some of the timing records, there's still a lot of information there that they did get. And Jack is one of the people where they did get the timing records, which lets you go within feet. Mm-hmm. So they knew when Jack's phone was moving when he was in his, in his bed, sleeping and moving around, whether that was under his pillow or it was on his blankets or whatever moving around. So they have a absolute certainty where Jack was that night. And there's surveillance that was going on around there that lets them know. I mean, of course, he could sneak up in the attic and go through the crawl space. You could always, you could do these YouTube crazy scenarios where he got out of the house without triggering any of the surveillance that they had. But realistically,
I never even heard that Jack D had surveillance at his house that would have triggered if he left. So I don't know what YouTube shows or videos he's talking about, but yeah.
He just got out of the house, not into the house. So it's
right
on his house, yeah.
So the person that lives there can't control the surveillance? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like he's saying it's like got some kind of a motion sensor. I
don't think so. Listen, this is a college house. It's not detective headquarters or a bank vault.
Hey, I have that.
It's not a bank vault. I would imagine it would have to be cameras going out the front and the back. It would have to be cameras. But again, the person that controls the surveillance can control the surveillance. So
yeah, just
like they can control if they bring their phone or not. But okay. I was thinking he was talking about the actual house, 11, 12, 22.
They know exactly where he was. Now, is he going to be an alternative suspect? Or hopefully they don't put him through that. But if he does, he'll be coming into that courtroom with us right by his side. And he'll probably be staying over at our house at our Airbnb. So,
how's he doing?
Yeah, it's a waste of time, but she can only have certain kinds of suspects. These suspects have to play a part. They have to have some kind of evidence of being in that house. And a house with 6 different girls, there's going to be a lot of suspects. That qualifies a lot of people that could justifiably be in that home. So that's what she's going to do. But I go back to my Idaho community and some of the things that I've already heard grand jury members talk about and hear and speak, whether it was Plum or some of the other people that recorded some of the things they said. These guys aren't stupid. These women aren't stupid. They know a suspect when they see one. I remember one of the greatest questions that one of them asked was, I think they said they asked the judge to verify if he ever had a fishing or a hunting license since he bought the K-bar, since it was delivered to his house. And he did. But that just goes to show that how intelligent these guys are. They're thinking it through, like, what reason would a guy have if he's not in the military? These guys out here are outdoorsmen. They know why you would have one of those. The K-bar is a military weapon to keep you, to fight other men. Really, that's what it's for. So you could be a moron and use it for filleting fish, but they wanted to rule that out. And
or you could be just a moron and have it for self-protection because you can't have a gun. I mean, who wants to carry a gas station pocket knife in a fight? That shit'll bend right back in your fingers and cut your fingers off before it attacks somebody else. You gotta get yourself something sturdy. What's sturdy? What he just said. Another knife it's meant for fighting another man. Of course. Protection. I mean, I have weapons. I don't want to use them. But am I prepared to use them? Yeah, damn straight. Is it going to be for a crime? No.
Right. And I mean, people can also have it for like more than one reason. They can be those outdoorsy hunting people, but they can also say, like, I have this for a dual purpose. It can also be protection.
Right. I hope to God I never have to use my weapons. I hope to God I never have to. But I'm prepared to if I need to. And it doesn't mean that I'm out committing robberies and crimes and any of this shit. It just means it's protection. And if somebody's moving from one state to a next, the easiest thing that they can get legally is a knife. The easiest thing legally. You want a gun, you got to go through a process. It's a different state. You got to have identification. All these there's steps to it. A freaking K-bar, you can just buy it and have it and walk out and have your protection right then. I'm sure a lot of people own K-bars for their own protection. It's just what you do with it.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe you're...
Oh, sorry.
No, I just said, yeah, of course. Nothing important.
Yeah, it's just for protection. It doesn't mean... And how would the people in Idaho know what the hell somebody from Pennsylvania wanted with a... Oh, well, if they're not fishing or hunting, well, maybe in that frickin' area. But Pennsylvania might be different. Maybe in Pennsylvania they use it for something else. I mean, so...
Maybe it's decoration in Pennsylvania.
I'm sure in Idaho it's for hunting and fishing and all that. Is there a lot of it in Pennsylvania? Not as much as Idaho, to where it's going to be that kind. I mean, it's two different ends of the country, man. Two different ends of the country. It can be two different worlds. From West Coast to East Coast. You got different accents. You got different ways of life. You have different ways that you go about your day. There's different... I mean, it's like their own country when you're talking from one side to the next, or the north to the south. They all have their own thing. Like, so to say what somebody from the West Coast is predicting about somebody from the East Coast, it could be two totally different things. contribution call out. Miss Macy, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I have to go now. It's been wonderful being here with you all. And thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the kind words. And thank you for the love as well. And thank you for being in here. Yeah, so I don't know. This whole, he didn't have a fishing license and he didn't hunt. So therefore it was meant, for another human being. How many vegans, let's be honest, how many vegans cut up meat?
Probably none. Okay, maybe not none, but it's not something they would do.
Do we not have meat on our body?
Yeah.
I mean, are we not a species like an animal is? It's the same. So if you're a vegan, most of the time vegans are not about, it's about the harmful acts that they do to animals.
Right.
So a vegan is going to be so terrified. Vegan is going to be so terrified that they can't eat off of a plate that was already washed in a sink that had meat on it. They're going to be so, again, I can't even though that plate's been washed, even though it's been washed and sanitized, because I know that thing had meat on it before, I can't eat off of it. I can't eat off of it. I need a brand new plate. When I'm saying you're that much of a vegan, you don't even want to see meat in front of you, because you don't even want to eat off of a plate that was already washed just because it had meat on there before. You're going to tell me that you're going to want to cut other people? I don't know. Doesn't. Just too weird to me. So just because you don't fish and just because you don't hunt doesn't mean that you're using the knife to commit a crime. It's there for protection. That's why a lot of people have it. It's a lot. The access is a lot easier.
You're using it for hunting. You don't really know too much about hunting and the type of knives that most hunters use, but these guys are on top of it, and I think if he thinks he picked the right community, a bunch of dumb hillbillies, he's really in for a rude awakening.
Oh yeah, 100%. How is Jack doing? Is Murphy? Is he with Murphy? Is Murphy with Jack?
Yeah, they go camping. They do a lot of outdoor stuff. From what he said to us, we're hoping to do some fishing trips out here. We go into Montana. There's some lakes out that are pretty remote with some huge big old rainbow trout. So,
Nice.
yeah, we'll plan something. We'll do something with him this summer, and every year he's out there doing something in the mountains out on these. We call them logging roads. They're just dirt roads that take you out in the middle of nowhere, and you can get away from it. I know he's going to be very stressed out. He's a very quiet kid. I mean, if you could look at somebody who would be like the least temperament to ever pull a crime like this off, it would be Jack. I mean, Jack is. Yeah. I mean, Kaylee, they've been dating for 8 years, I think, and she said he had never even raised his voice to her. He had never ever insulted her in any fashion. They'd broken up for a while, and she went out with another guy, and he was so rude to her, and she was like, basically being around this guy in an hour, he had insulted me more than Jack had in 8 years. Mm-hmm. So she was like, I might not ever find another Jack again. I mean, that was their exact words to her mom. So I have no worries that they'll do that. I don't think it's fair.
Which is weird, why I always how they always discussed about how they might have been getting back together and all this other stuff, and they were going to be married one day. And I'm sitting there going, if she was so disrespected and she thought she was never going to find another Jack, well, then why didn't they get back together right away after that took place? Why didn't she rush right back to him? Because she wasn't going to find another Jack.
Yeah, I mean that's true, especially if it was her doing to end
I don't.
things. And she
That's
could have just unended things.
yeah. That's why I never believed. I mean, it's just like when they were, oh, they were gonna get back together, and I'm sitting there going, what? Maybe that's what he was telling you now that she's passed away.
Maybe.
Because if they really were, she would have went back to him right after that. If she was never gonna find another. If you're never gonna find another, well then why'd you keep taking your time and all of a sudden Adam was told a whole bunch of stuff. I wonder what that was.
Don't we wonder?
I don't know. It's just sometimes you get blinded by love for somebody. You get blinded by love and you don't see stuff that's out in the open because of your emotional ties that get manipulated. And it's unfortunate.
And I don't think it'll go anywhere.
Yeah, well, let him know that he'll be in my thoughts and prayers as long as with you and your family as well.
Right, Love Goldberg?
Now, Brian Kober gets arrested. How did you find out about his arrest? When did you find out about his arrest?
They called Shannon Gray, our lawyer, right away, as soon as before us, and they probably gave him like a rundown of the situation and how much they could say, and some paperwork that came along with it in an email. And so then he called us and he shared with us and said, "Hey, they've arrested a guy. Here's his name. Here's his background. There's a message that I sent you guys with some PDFs, some I think it was the affidavit and a couple other little side notes on there. I mean, it might have been some of the stuff from Pennsylvania. I don't remember exactly, but that's how we heard. It went straight to Shannon, then Shannon to us, and then we heard from Karen, and we started kind of just. We were super excited just because the next day we had a celebration of life, and we basically prayed that this person would be caught and we wouldn't have to go through that celebration of life thinking that this creep would be trying to be there among us and try to blend in and get some kind of satisfaction by watching us all suffering.
Yeah. I didn't know it was that much earlier before the celebration of life. I'm assuming the first thing that you're doing is researching this guy, and there's something called the Andrew Garrett discovery. Are you familiar with it?
I sure am. Yeah.
And it sure does seem like you guys were on the same page as far as the possibility of a social media account potentially belonging to Brian Koberger, following some of the victims of your daughter and Maddie and Janet. Do you still feel that way, that that's the right profile and that there was some sort of following, at least on the internet, of some sort?
Yeah. It was kind of confusing at the very beginning, and I'm sure it was confusing for the investigators, because I went in there one day with my family, and we were like, what happened to the LinkedIn? Why were you guys into our account? Why did you remove it? And they looked at us like we were from another planet. Eyes bulged, and we could tell they were being completely honest. They were like, we have no idea what you're talking about. Well, we later on figured out and investigated and found out that it was the FBI. So there was two parallel investigations going on at the same time. So I think.
Okay, so he wasn't necessarily told. He says that they investigated and found out it was the FBI. So how could their investigation lead them to a government agency? How could their investigation lead to information that exposes the government deleting a social media account on purpose?
I don't know how.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
How
It's
could
confusing.
how could they find out? Like, how could they get that? Like, listen to what he says again. He says, in their investigation, because at first they went to Moscow. What happened to the LinkedIn? Where did it go? Why was it removed? And then he said after more of their investigation, they determined it was the FBI. So did somebody from Moscow PD go into the live document or some kind of document and go, yeah, it was the FBI, man? What? Does the FBI even know that somebody accused them in Steve G's investigation? Somebody accused in Steve G's investigation, somebody accused the FBI of removing the LinkedIn. Who in their investigation would have that knowledge? The people that are leading the investigation, the Moscow PD, the Idaho State Police, would have that knowledge if the FBI shared that knowledge with them, which I don't know why they would. Nobody else, and then you're not going to find some street dealer on the black market that's like, yeah, here's the proof that shows they did it. Like, you're not going to find that person. You're not going to find that person.
Yeah. I don't know. It is really confusing. Because, I mean, yeah, like you say, it's not like he's confirmed with the FBI.
Yeah, he didn't. The FBI was not who, which is what I thought in the beginning when I first listened to it. I thought he said that the FBI told him, but no, during their investigation. So that means somebody else told them that it was the FBI. How would anybody else outside of the investigation even have knowledge? How would Moscow or ISP even have knowledge of the FBI deleting that account? You think Special Agent Balance or somebody else in the FBI is going to go, yeah, Fry, we deleted it, man? Do you think the FBI is going to type in the living document that they deleted the LinkedIn account? So how would any of these people know this information? There's no answer. Even when it comes to the people in the investigation that could go in and look at information that pertains to the investigation because they're working on the investigation, I don't even see how they would know that the FBI is the one that did it. And for them, because like I said, he's not getting it from a street dealer on a black market. For somebody within that investigation to admit to Steve that the FBI is the one that deleted that social media account, boy, loose lips. That's what I'm saying, loose lips, because if you're involved in an investigation, you got some loose lips if you're saying some stuff like that to Steve G. You shouldn't even be part of an investigation because you keep your mouth shut. Because what gives that person the right to tell Steve G, hey, man, it wasn't us, it was this guy? That's scandalous as hell. Because if anything, that person in the investigation that gave Steve that information should have not said anything, should have went to the FBI and should have said, look, Steve's asking us Steve is asking us why this LinkedIn account is gone. You guys did it. You guys need to reach out. Do you want me to tell him that you guys did it? Or do you want to reach out? I guarantee you they're going to say, no, we'll go ahead and reach out. They're not going to have some message boy that works for the frickin' local agency go regurgitate the information. They're going to say it themselves. None of it makes sense. And so it makes me wonder who in that investigation gave that information to Steve, because that is very reckless. I don't even know how you're in part of an investigation, because if you can't keep your mouth shut about that, what else can you not keep your mouth shut about?
Yeah.
And you're willing to gaslight. Look, it wasn't us. It wasn't us. It was them. It was them. That's some major gaslighting too. Wild. So I don't know. I'm not going to say they did it for sure, because who knows? They could have been. They could have been just saying, "Shit, guys, we accidentally deleted it, Jimmy. Fuck." And then he comes in busting through the door. Why is my daughter's account gone? We don't know. We don't know. What's the quickest way to put out a fire? It was that guy. That's what I think maybe took place.
I think so. Yeah, because there has been a lot of that, like just in proceedings, right? Stuff like, no, we don't have that. It wasn't given to us. So, well, it's not our problem. We don't know. It was them. We're waiting for them. No, it was him. Like, it would actually follow a trend.
Mm-hmm.
So,
man, that's crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad we listened to that again. Crazy. Shouldn't have been deleted in the first place. It doesn't matter who it is. That's why I always thought when it was deleted, it was somebody that was involved in that group that I talk about that
Maybe
lives in the mountains.
I mean, maybe that actually is what happened, but they just can't get to the bottom of it. People are making assumptions and stuff.
That's crazy, though. You're going to accuse a government agency of doing that if you don't know? I mean, I'm just saying, like, the LinkedIn, because it had business people associated with it, and I really feel that the people on the LinkedIn that she was associated with were part of the parallel investigation that was already going on before the crime took place, because of the money, the funneling of money and the sexual crimes that were taking place up there with that group. And their names are all in LinkedIn. There's two things. Either somebody that was in that group hacked the account and deleted it, or it was deleted on purpose. It was deleted on purpose from an agency because they didn't want, in their parallel investigation, they didn't want these names coming out. It's the only reason it's deleted. It's to suppress information. Either the person that is involved in the activity didn't want the connections exposed, or the names that were associated and connected to Kaylee, somebody else didn't want exposed. It had to be part of the parallel investigation. And if this crime's happening, shoot, these names are going to get put out to the public. Oh, crap. Here, let's just accidentally delete it. Then we don't have to worry about it. Now those names ain't coming out to the public. It's like, where's the Epstein list? We ain't seen that yet either, have we? And then all of a sudden, Virginia Giuffre, or I'm sorry for not pronouncing her last name right, Virginia Giuffre, all of a sudden commits self-unaliving yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Still no list, you know. All right. The LinkedIn, always be suspicious.
Why were you guys into her account? Why did you remove it? And they looked at us like we were from another planet.
Yeah.
Oh, eyes bulge, and we could tell they were being completely honest. They were like, we have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh,
crap.
crap.
We later on figured out and investigated and found out that it was the FBI. So there was
later on investigated and figured out somebody's got those loose lips, man. Cut that weak link off your chain, Idaho. Damn, that's a weak link, man.
2 parallel investigations going on at the same time. So I think, and I've been told that the FBI wanted clear lines. Like, you guys are going to be working on this stream of information. We're going to be working on this stream of information. And Stalking was one of them. When I had to sit down meetings with those FBI agents, they talked about how it was a 20-year term that they could possibly get if, because I was worried that things, I thought at one particular time, maybe I could have the charges dropped on Kaylee and picked up at the federal level. And then there would be a fail-safe in case something happened at the state level, if any mistakes were made, if anything got thrown out. We were just trying to be that careful. And they basically let me know that they had an investigation that they could still pick up. Even if something got messed up, this person was not going to walk free if, somebody came out and, heaven forbid, got caught lying, or the Brady, or whatever the different things that can throw evidence out. There was still another investigation that they felt very confident in. That I remember one of the agents saying, "We're the FBI. Do you think that a mass murderer of 4 would be released on a technicality?" And I was like, I don't know. And they're like, no. We've sealed, we've looked, we have evidence. This individual will never be free again. 100%, we have the right guy. There's no doubt in our minds.
And see, right there, it makes you wonder, BK was part of that parallel investigation before the crime even took place? Which is why I brought up Delphi, Indiana. Because if people don't know, investigators were investigating Keegan Kline and Tony Kline before Abby and Libby were murdered. Keegan Kline's fake social Snapchat was the exact account that was communicating with Abby and Libby about meeting the fake person at the bridge. And so people, it makes me wonder, wait a minute. Just like when Keegan Kline and Tony Kline were being investigated, and all of a sudden, shoot, there goes Abby and Libby. They just got unalived. Is that this same kind of situation where BK was being investigated for another crime, and then, oh shit, we just lost 4 more people on this planet? Same situation? Makes me wonder, but somebody that just moves there a couple months ago, you see how much people consider you an outsider. You're not moving up any kind of ranks real quick inside some criminal organization or some kind of criminal activity going on, enough for you to be involved in an alternate investigation that's going to make sure you're 100% behind bars. People will not even trust you in that part of the country. You just come showing up from Pennsylvania and you're trying to snooze your way into some kind of criminal activity enough to make sure you're 100% going to prison. So something don't make sense. Because if anything, they're going to sit there and get rid of you. If you're in some kind of criminal organization, and you're showing up as a new guy and you're trying to get in and you're trying to squeeze in, people are going to look at you sideways. And next thing you know, they're all going to think you're a snitch already and they're going to get rid of you. That's how they're successful with what they do. They don't allow that shit, or they take their chances or precautions to keep it at a minimum. So how could he have been involved in a parallel investigation where 100%, even if he doesn't get convicted of this crime at 1122, he's 100% going to prison? What?
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that like he was allowed to say that. That they said that. I mean,
he didn't make it. He didn't make a trip out there prior to 2022. He didn't get there until June, I think. June, July, August, September, October, less than 6 months. And you're snoozed your way into a criminal organization that's under an investigation where you're 100% going to go to the slammer even if you don't get convicted of the crime that took place at 1122. Something don't make sense.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I don't think he was an informant. That's the only other way you're getting in that quick to an organization, because then they have a backstory that they created on you. So that way, when you do show up as somebody new, there's already, oh yeah, we can vet this guy. You know, there's already that kind of stuff laid out already. The fake identity to get you in as a secret agent. Other than that, you're not getting in a criminal organization like that quick. They're going to look at you sideways, man. They need to trust you first, and you can't get trust without time. So, I don't know. That's just something else that was weird to me, too, how he's being told 100% with this parallel investigation. If he doesn't, get convicted of this, he's definitely going no matter what.
Yeah, I understood it. Again, I might be wrong. I understood it as there is another way he would be convicted, but for that crime. Like, I misunderstood that it was. Yeah, I think I need to listen to that again.
That's what he was told. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Another thing that don't make sense.
Yeah.
And we can have him at the state level. We can have him at the federal level. So,
Dude, I don't understand the whole state and federal drop the charges on Kaylee, but that's something I don't understand either.
Me neither. I didn't know you could do that.
I don't know. If Yoli's in chat, maybe you might be able to give us some insight into that. I'm so confused on that too. I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah.
Built my confidence into sticking with the state level and not. It would have been more expensive. And I literally was at the point where I was like, if it means that we don't ever, Kaylee doesn't ever go to court for her, thing, I would have been fine with that, just to have the backup, just to have the know that if something went wrong. But they were like, no need. This is, I've had
no need. It's just crazy.
Individuals that do nothing but capital cases, 100%. That's all they do every single day of their lives. Say that this is the strongest case that they've ever worked on. They've never seen a case with this much evidence.
This is crazy.
It sure does seem like it. I mean, at this point, it sounds like they have pieced together his entire kill kit. From the mask to the knife to the sheath, the sharpener, the jumpsuit. I wouldn't be surprised if they found Van's shoes somewhere and other types of shoes and booties.
Size 13, right?
Yeah, size 13. The judge mentioned something about a gift card as well. I thought that was interesting. As far as the purchase goes, to me, if he did use a gift card, that just shows that he was trying to hide the purchase.
I mean, or it could be that it was your birthday and you got items from your family, and one of them was an Amazon gift card. You know how many times I get Amazon gift cards for gifts for my birthday or any kind of special day? You know what I'm saying? That's common. How many people buy stuff off Amazon? Why do you think the dude's building spaceships, man? Because people use Amazon like crazy. That's how that's how he became as rich as he is. He started off selling books. It was a bookstore. And it didn't have very many books. That's what Amazon started off, was selling paperback copies of books. Now he's sending spaceships up into outer space. Like, come on, man. Because almost everybody has Amazon Prime, all this other stuff. By the way, if you're on Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you can sub to Twitch for free each month. Amazon Prime gives you a free sub every month. That's on Twitch, though.
Not very well, because he still got it delivered to his house by name. But when you mentioned the FBI, I thought this case could have easily gone to the FBI, given the fact that a lot of that kill kit was purchased in Pennsylvania. He traveled to Washington. If he was doing some following online, one could perceive that some of that following may have been done in Washington. He crossed state lines to go and park at their residence, and for at least on one night for over an hour, between
right here,
10 to 4 a.m.
At least for 1 hour on one night between 10 to 4 a.m. I never heard of that. That's the part I was bringing up a little bit ago. I never heard that before. So
New to me too.
Let me know. I'd like to, like I said, I looked at all the documents, so let me know and share it with me, because I would like to share it with the community. And honestly, if dude was for sure proven to be parked outside the residence for over an hour between 10 and 4 a.m., I do have to have a little bit of suspicion. I'm just being honest. But I'd like to see it too. I've never heard it.
Those are all pretty big signs that this could have gone federal. But they went through the state, and from based on what you tell me, it sounds like they got a strong case against it.
Yeah. One of the reasons that you can make it a federal case is if you conspired. If you're sitting there and you're doing things online, I think I'd have to go back and review the actual provision, but it talks about if you're committing a crime and you're using a computer to do the crime, and that K-bar being ordered there means that he's got premeditation and he started planning it back there and then went and committed it in another state, and then or relocated to another state from the origins of the crime, and then jumped over to Idaho. So I definitely think it could have qualified for a federal case, and I think they would have. I think there was really a close battle, and there was some back and forth on who was going to take this case over, but there was so much evidence that they were like, let's just let them. It is an Idaho thing. Let them have it. And I know one thing that they told me was don't expect the death penalty if it goes federal.
Oh, got you. Yeah, that makes a big difference there.
Yeah, and I 100% wanted the death penalty. So that was one of the biggest reasons why we kept it where.
Okay, so that's what doesn't make sense. So if it went federal, you're saying he crossed state lines to commit the crime. How do you not get a DP?
I have no idea.
You cross state lines to commit the crime. That's totally federal. You're crossing state lines to commit the crime. If none of them were SA, it won't go federal? What? He crossed state lines to kill him, without even with or without SA.
No.
Cross state lines.
He's talking about like the evidence of like planning and conspiring and stuff, and using a computer to plan the crime. And I was just wondering, out of interest, do you think that's why there's like so much contention around whether it was one or two people? Because if it was two people, then there would be communication about having planned it as well. Or is that... Am I confused?
I don't know. It's just the whole thing doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's getting confusing.
Yeah, but if he dropped and went federal, then that's not double jeopardy. Because he dropped it. Yeah, that's what the FBI was saying, was investigating the stalking. Cross state lines and stalking. That's what Steve said the FBI, as part of their parallel investigation, and when they were talking to Moscow PD and Idaho State Police, they said, we only want you to handle this stuff, and we're going to handle this stuff. And Steve said that the FBI was handling the stalking. So when you're crossing state lines to commit the murder, even without SA, it's federal. This is what he's saying, Yvonne, in this interview. He's the one that said this stuff. Now, we know that in the courts now, that they're backing away from the stalking. But this is what he's saying about the FBI when he was there for their conversations about, you guys handle this, we'll handle this. They're handling the stalking. They did come out and say before these court documents recently that he was stalking them. Steve even says that he was stalking them. 23 times he went to their house and more. There's surveillance of him being there without having his phone on. He was there for over an hour between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. So this right there, that's all telling you that they should have been able to. And so when they're saying, look, we can't get it, well, then that contradicts what is already there, because the stuff that they were investigating were reasons for that to take place. So to say that it couldn't take place, that doesn't make sense either. It's like I said, they're telling him a bunch of stuff he wants to hear, so he won't investigate the evidence to let it lead him, because they want to lead the evidence. They're going to tell him whatever they want to tell him to make sure he backs off and stays off, because they don't want their path being interrupted whatsoever with what they want to have the evidence lead to. So this is all what he's saying. We're just questioning it. And it's a big question to me. That's why it doesn't make sense. I've had so many people ask me about it. I'm like, listen, it don't make sense to me either. It really don't. Yes, Detective Maury testified that he was being CC'd on emails to the FBI pertaining to the FBI stalking investigation into Brian. Then the defense got a federal grand jury. It doesn't make sense whatsoever. And they're just telling him what he wants to hear. I mean, you hear a lot of this stuff. We're asking for the document. Well, where's this document? I've never, like I said, he was being told a lot of stuff to make him stop, telling them what they think he wants to hear, telling him what they can tell him to make him stop. And also, he's a great spokesperson for spreading their propaganda, because he's going to say something. Just like in this interview, he says once the jury's picked, he's going to let it all come out. Whoa, boy. And I hope to God that for some, I hope to God that, listen, I want to hear it. I want to hear everything that he's got to say. The last thing that I want, though, is for there to be an accident where this jury gets exposed to what he said, and then you got a mistrial. I mean, there's so many things that could happen based off of an accident where jury members hear what the hell he's saying, because that can totally derail a case. So I want to hear what he's saying, but at the same time, I hope to God there's not some kind of accident where the jury ends up hearing what he says. But he said he's gonna do it. So, and this is kind of what he's doing a little bit of it right here. This is why it is jaw dropping, because there's a lot of stuff we just ain't heard, and we're hearing it on this interview.
There you go. That makes the biggest difference there for me as well. You know, kind of going back to that night, there's video of a vehicle that's traveling around. There's also a video from another place on Linda Lane that captures also some traveling around. Early on, there was a lot of speculation, and some people still point at this, that they can hear things throughout earlier portions of the night. I'm not sure if you have or not, but if you heard any of the audio that may be closer to the victims' homes, do you hear any of those such things? Do you think there may be some sort of play with the audio on some of those footages?
I know the backstory of where that Linda Lane came from, and it was a money grab. It was literally, I know the exact person that went and purchased this thing, and yeah, so
yeah, because he used to deal with her. He used to talk to her. He knows damn well who it was, and I know who it was too, because she was in the same circle of people that I was working with back then. That's one of the reasons why I backed away from that group that I was working with in the beginning, because I was like, I don't trust these two people, and I tried warning the others about them too. And then a year later, after I warned everybody and backed away from that group, then you saw the kind of bullshit that was taking place to the people that I warned about. I was like, yo, you need to step back too, man. I'm telling you right now, this is not good. Nope. They wanted to stick with it and and look what happened. They all got exposed like a motherfucker, man. Same thing happened with him. He was in the same group, because I was in with the group of the people that was talking to him too in the very beginning. We were working on things together, uncovering things together, digging up stuff together. Same time period when I was digging into the background of 1122 and exposing all that. That was just my part in that group. It was me digging through the background of the properties, exposing the players, and going through their businesses and all that other stuff. And a lot of shady people. But it's interesting. He said it was just a money grab, and it's like I always said, it's when you're looking at the bubble of where that camera was pointed, you can hear people's TVs. All right, so to sit there and act like this was audio, that 1112 would have picked it up damn fine. Okay, 1112 would have picked it up damn fine. And to act like the Linda Lane, that's why a lot of these the crazy freaking shows about Linda Lane, yeah, you see people driving through and it's suspicious. You got one person running from the dark middle area to the right. There's some suspicious stuff going on. But when it comes to the noises and everything, and you got to understand, there's a lot of apartments in that square area. Sound reverberates, and you're hearing a lot of neighbors. But it can be manipulated in any certain way. So I do kind of kind of agree with them when it comes to the whole Linda Lane stuff, because the audio, no. If it was something happening, it was something happening in one of those apartments right around that square. It wasn't coming from 1112.
They tried to get me to release it or discuss it or bring it up in one of the interviews that I was doing, you know, and it get me to echo some of the things that were on it. So I had some people look at it themselves, and they were like, it's either been the audio has been manipulated, or
Yeah.
it's so poor quality that they didn't have any confidence in it. And some of the things that are the times don't match up to the times that I know my daughter was moving and doing and sending taxes and all these different things. So, and plus we had the 1112, I think that is the other surveillance that basically we could hear a lot clearer during the exact same times. So anyone who thinks that they're breaking a case over these cameras and whatever they're hearing, it's kind of naive. It's naive to think that you heard something and everybody's going to throw this investigation off and not and you know overlook something that you found is so amazing. You know, this true crime stuff is it's an eye opener. You know, it sucks to have your daughter's murder be like some form of somebody's like entertainment. You know, and they like to go out there and stir up their followers and make you know narratives that are more like for novels than real life, you know. So it's terrible, and I don't know what I'm going to do if I ever cross one of these people.
Yeah,
I've thought to myself, do I just go to jail, and you know, do I just
not worth it.
But it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, you know.
Yeah.
And that's not most of them. There's only a few that are like that. I mean, most people are trying to be honest and like you are and you have been. And it does, and I don't even expect you to always be right. You know, we haven't been right every time either. So, I just expect people to be honorable and don't purposely spin a narrative that you know in the back of your mind is false.
Right.
And you just hope that your users never, you know, cross the same information that you found. You know, you go suppress certain things to keep your narrative alive longer.
Right.
I'm almost positive that there's people doing that because I've seen other people make comments that said, "Hey, this happened at this time. This doesn't follow your scenario," and then they just strike that. You know, that thing's been deleted. You know, they delete it after a certain amount of time. So it tells me that this person isn't after the truth; they're just after
clicks and views,
rallying up their followers.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I've seen that. I've seen that in a few different cases where, in different ones too, where this mob just kind of gets out of control, which is one of the things that I really try to go up against here on this channel is to put out there what's correct and accurate versus, and to combat those that are trying to manipulate what is put out there. There's been literally a situation where there was a scenario with the DNA in this case where they were talking about how it doubled up. And the way it was explained to me was as if you had like an audio where you wanted to play an MP4 and an MP3, you had to change it. And so now you have the MP3 and the MP4, but they're both the same thing. And yet on these pro burger channels, they just hear that it doubled it, that they hit the pause button. They don't go into the explanation of why it is. And they leave a huge piece of context out. And that's what we tried to add on here is that context to make sure that everybody understands exactly what's going on. You know, you brought up something interesting. You brought up the 1112 King Road video. Without going into too many details, because I don't want to violate any gag order, but when you have the opportunity to maybe view it or not, is there a distinct time difference between the DoorDasher? Do you see a DoorDash vehicle? And is that vehicle different than the white vehicle that is suspected to be Brian Coburt's?
What I seen, yes, it's a different vehicle. The times line up with what the courts have specified. I often wonder if that vehicle crosses paths with the white Elantra. it looks to line up to where they possibly do, and that'd just make the case even that much stronger. Especially now, I don't the age of that car. I don't know if it would have a camera, and I don't know what. I've never done Uber Eats or any of those type of things, so I don't know what their rules are. If you have to have some way of tracking your vehicle, but yeah, there things. There's certain cameras that are a lot better at detailing what's going on, and they've triangulated all of the cameras together, so they're not relying on just one. And the timing that they do between when it hits one and then goes to another, then they can tell you the speed that it was doing. So that white car was all over that crime scene, and the person had their phone off, which we knew very early on with those FBI saying that we're almost looking more for someone who turned their phone off during these times. That was more of a red flag to them than having a phone on. Now, most of the phones, of course, they're going to go through all those people in that area and look for out of area numbers. So if those girls, their numbers weren't as interesting as if somebody that was from, let's say, Montana went through there, that had not shown up ever on all the previous dumps that they weren't just dumping that day. They were putting together all the things. So they were looking for outsiders, and they were also looking for somebody who had turned their phone off. Because what do college students never do?
Damn, see right there, they were looking for outsiders. Again, I'm going to put this in here, and you definitely want to click this link. If you're moving up to Idaho, click on that link. There's like top five things you need to do as soon as you move to Idaho, because outsiders, not welcome. We're looking for people that were outsiders and shut their phone off. First, we're looking for outsiders. Crazy. That's weird. They were looking for even a Montana phone coming through.
Yeah. When he said somebody's numbers weren't that interesting, who's were he talking about? I misunderstood that as well.
The students.
Okay.
The victims.
Okay.
Very interesting. Outsiders and people who shut their phone off. It's crazy.
They never turn their phones off. Right. They never turn them off. I mean, they put them on a charger next to their bed.
What's up, Tara?
Go off? And I used to have the exact term on this, but some of the Garretts, some of the people that I've spoken with, Shadow Dragon, there's a hard close. Don't quote me if that's the exact word it is. I'd have to go look at my records. But there's a way that they can identify when a phone's been turned off and how it's been turned off. And they can even tell you if the battery life, what it is. So when this moron turned off his phone, hard turned it off with 90-some plus battery life, and he's sitting in his car driving around, people, you're fools if you think that this is just all coincidence. Here's another coincidence that they're going to be checking on. So how many stargazing apps do you got on that phone? How many you got on there, Bo? Because I don't think you got any. And believe it or not, those are actually pretty popular apps. I was shocked. So the amount of detail that these investigators have done, it's impressive. I mean, these
what? Because you don't have Google Sky on your phone means that you can't stargaze? I thought all you had to do was go to an open area and look up.
No, you're disqualified if you don't have an app.
Damn. I used to go on drives late at night. I love looking at the stars. I love looking at the sky. I love watching the International Space Station fly by and all this other stuff. I love it. I never needed a Google Sky app or a stargazing app to.
I mean, a lot of times doing that is to, like, get outdoors, get away from technology and stuff like that, you know.
Or you're trying to learn the constellations.
Or that.
What else do you need to know about Significus 0025? I don't need to know the name of the fucking star. I don't need to know that it's part of Orion's belt. I don't need to know any of that. If I'm going out stargazing, I'm just going to look at the sky and then be in amazement of its beauty. Yeah. What the? Yeah, Busby, remember cutting a slip in the paper. Look at, better get your Google Sky app, and if you don't have it, oh, that says something, Busby.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be telling people that. Don't tell people you use a piece of paper. It's not good. and then they might use that cut slit in that piece of paper to be like, man, he doesn't have Google Sky, and he cut a slit in a piece of paper to look at an eclipse. That means he's a killer. Damn, Busby, what kind of weapon did you use to cut that slit in that paper? What kind of weapon did you purchase a K-bar from Amazon?
Yeah, here come the tough questions now.
Did you go to Home Depot and get some razor blades? Like, tell us, Busby, what device did you use to cut that slit in that piece of paper? You murderer. You didn't have a Sky app, you murderer. I live in the middle.
That's true.
That's not good enough, killer. That's not good enough, killer. Yeah, now Busby has a kill kit. Yeah, he said.
Eyebrow questions are coming, Busby.
There
Just
you
wait.
go, old school skizzers. Yeah. Uh-huh. Did you order those on Amazon with a gift card too? All right. Oh gosh, this is too much.
These are great, hardworking men. They shouldn't be attacked.
The skizzer
They
killer.
shouldn't be pulled into these conspiracies and all this stuff. I mean, a little bit goes with the job, but this case, I feel like it's taking it to another level. And,
I can see why it's going to another
I just don't
level.
think it's fair. I think it's foolish to think that you got Moscow in on some kind of conspiracy, and then you got Washington State, and then you got Idaho State, and then you got the federal. They're all working together. I mean, at what point is it just get so ridiculous? But maybe this is what Hollywood's done, is just poison people's minds to where they every movie you watch has a flip and something happens at the very end, you know, and that's what people are expecting in this case, because it's just so obvious. There's so much evidence pointing to one guy. They think that there has to be this curvature, some, you know, special ending. But this is real life, people, and they got the right person. And there was a time where I was trying to be very open about who it was, but they laid it out in a way that still hasn't came out. There's stuff that is going to literally blow people's mind. Like, this jury is going to be like the first one, you know, an hour and a half, and go get him, indict him. He's done.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, people who think that these guys are going to be like sitting for hours stressing out on what argument Anne had. Anne is so desperate right now. It's a joke. She's so desperate that she's using the work that me and my family put together to get all those clues. We did those interviews so all these people would call, and if you see something, say something, you know, and that led to a massive amount of tips. And now she's going through all that stuff, trying to find out somebody that can fit the profile of somebody she can say is an alternative suspect, but thank God Idaho has rules. So otherwise we'd probably be 4 weeks of her just rambling off just nonsense and just trying to overwhelm the jury with just waste time. And I still suspect that, but we won't be playing a part of that. And we're a different kind of family. She can say something in court, and then I'll get out of that courtroom and I'll rebut it. Mm-hmm. So I'm not here to help her have an easier case. Once that jury's secured in that room, there's nothing I can say on the camera that could ever reach to them. At that point, I'm letting it all out. Everything's coming out, and it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting because there's no holds bars at that point. We can once that jury's been selected, picked, and put into a chamber where they're not going to be watching the media, then they're so concerned. They're just making up stories like we wore. I never wore anything. None of the G's ever wore any of that. That's why we went back and said, go find it. Find some proof. And of course they backed off of that because they went and checked the cameras. There was no. Yeah. But when I leave that courtroom, I'll put on anything I want, and my family will put on anything they want, and they're not going to control that. So, like I said, we're going to be a family that makes this individual look back and think, if there was one big mistake I made was going after a G, because those guys didn't stop. They just kept coming. They kept coming. And how much easier would have my life been if I didn't have to turn on the TV and only see that guy, pointing out what I did.
100%. 100%. As an IT guy, apparently he puts his phone in a VPN when he turns it on at 4:48. Mm-hmm. What does that tell you? What is a VPN for those that don't know, and what is somebody trying to accomplish with that?
VPN protects some of your identifiers. And normally on a PC, it's just mainly your IP. They're not nearly what people think they are. So what you could do is, so you're really tough. It's really hard to do this with a cell phone, because a cell phone, here's the problem with the cell phone is the towers won't communicate with you until you prove that you have a contract to use their services. So what that means is when your phone comes up, goes through boot order, and it goes out and says, hey, this is my unique identifiers. I'm this person. I'm on AT&T. I'm on Sprint, whatever it is. I got a vial contract, and this it's a certificate on that device says I want to use your tower, and it works. And then you put on a VPN, but that's already told the tower that you're there. Whereas a computer, you can have a VPN start before your internet starts. And then you can go out your internet and totally remain hidden. And so you look like you look like your ISP's number at that point. And you don't look like the house address. You're being able to hide your house address and look like the internet provider's address. But you can't do that on a cell phone. So this guy wasn't that smart. I mean, especially when it comes to IT. If he thought he could come out here and teach us, which we're all like ex-Californians, and people worked at like San Francisco and San Diego. I work with some brilliant individuals, MIT, all over. He was a moron. What he could have did, which we were trying to rule out, is if he had another phone and he tethered this one. So if he would have shared his Wi-Fi here and put VPN on there, and then took this phone and then tethered it to that phone, he would have made it very, very difficult for them to track down. And then on this phone that doesn't have a cellular provider, doesn't have any contracts, took pictures, did all this stuff on that, we had to rule that out.
Yeah.
And that was a scary moment to think that, we could have had somebody that was truly a cloud forensic expert, smart individual. This guy was just a stupid kid that, thought he could have his moment out here with what I think you were talking about, like these rural police officers.
Rural, yeah.
Yeah, like these guys don't know what's coming. I'm this new East Coast kid that understands all this stuff, and I'm gonna show them how to use all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
The computer stuff is going to do him in just as much as that DNA is.
Yeah, I agree. You know, early on, you had mentioned once that his phone may have touched the Wi-Fi. Is that accurate, or was that something that maybe? What did you mean by that? Because I haven't seen that in any document, and I'm curious about that.
Well, I was reading a certain document where it was talking about, I believe it was IEME ID,
Okay.
and those are associated with MAC tables. And I do know some stuff that's not public, and they were trying to get a hold of some of the records on the router. I may have just misread what I said, because it would have came out by now. The same people who make these lies up, and I'm like, well, where's your warrants?
So he was going off of something that he read. So if he was given information that the public doesn't know, I highly doubt law enforcement is going to give it to him in a paper written or a written document, email, paper copy, text message. I don't think they're going to document that information.
Okay.
That's something that would just be like, hey, we're going to tell you this.
Yeah, not put it in writing. Yeah.
No, because then it could get leaked.
Yeah.
At least if they talk to him and it's just a conversation, they're going to hope that he's not recording it. And they're also going to assume that he's not going to be able to say, look, guys, here's a screenshot, or somebody's not going to be able to hack his phone and then say, look, guys, look what was on Steve's phone.
Yeah. Okay.
They're not going to do that. So to say that it's maybe I just misread it, I don't see there being a document form of something that is being told to you that is not for the general public. I just don't see it. They're not that stupid. They're not that stupid. So that right there, that's why I said it's almost like he was told that, and then when he confronted that person, like, hey, you told me this, and they're like, you must have misunderstood what I said, Steve.
Yeah, gaslighting.
Yeah. I don't see them documenting it in any kind of form that could then be leaked. Because then you might as well have just let it all out in the first place and not said anything. So I don't know. That's another thing that is weird to me as well.
If some other person's involved, where are these warrants at? You know, there's some guy out there that they hear on that Linda Lane. Probably shouldn't say his name just because he's probably sitting in jail wondering why people are even talking about him. I think Farley or some shit. Yeah. So that guy, you know, come on, give me a break, guys. Give me a break.
Yeah.
It doesn't match up. It's a waste of time.
It sure is. It sure is. You know, overall, I think I strongly suspect they got the right guy. I mean, at this point, their only argument is that the DNA is or the sheath was planted. I don't even think they're arguing the DNA is his. You know, in one of these recent documents, they reference how much DNA was found, and when I Google searched it, it's a large amount of DNA that was found on that knife sheet, on the knife sheet. I think it's going to do him in. I don't think he has very many arguments left. You know, I know right now he's throwing out autism and a bunch of other things. Some folks are thinking maybe he's trying to come up with something to push a plea deal. Have you heard of any type of plea deal? And do you think they would ask you first if they were going to go down that road?
By law, they have to. Idaho law, not federal law. You know, we're building. Old Thompson, he was like a Santa Claus. I think Thompson's skin's gotten tougher, and I think he's gotten a little bit more fighter spirit. And I think seeing us battle with the, you know, going through all the things that we've gone out with, there's stuff that people don't know. People like vandalizing, people showing up at our house, people posting pictures of our address, all this stuff. And I think he thought, you know, if they're gonna go through this, then I'm gonna do the will of the victims. And but I don't know if his heart was always in it. 100%. It's hard. Nobody really wants to murder, and go through a murder case and have to end somebody else's life. None of us want to do this. We were forced to do this. We were forced into this behavior. We don't want nothing to do with this loser. This guy was literally 27 years old, living with his parents. He's a complete loser. It's absolutely frustrating that my daughter got murdered by a complete loser. She's graduating a year early on the dean's list. Nobody else is graduating a year early in that around her. She was a rock star, and this loser ends up sneaking in and killing her. So the least he can do is pay the ultimate price. And I think I've said this before in the past. Maybe the reason we have these school shooters and maybe we have these mass killings is because we never force people, especially youth, that see somebody like Brian and there's all these fan clubs and stuff and think, well, I'm that loser too.
Let's get down to the root of the real issue. The United States has not handled the mental crisis epidemic that has been taking place for a long time. They do not handle the mental aspect of it all. You know how many times people that commit these crimes have reached out for help from organizations or agencies and were refused? Not saying that that's a reason for them to do what they did, because it's not. But when you don't help the people that need help, shit like that happens. And it's because services, funding is cut, services are cut, places to go minimized. When it takes somebody to even reach out and then get denied help or get denied any kind of assistance, of course it's going to get worse. If you don't remove the moldy fruit from your fruit basket, the whole thing is going to be moldy. You need to take care of the issue first. So to blame all of these crimes on fan clubs, to blame all of these crimes on copycats, no. Look at the statistics. Look at how our country has not been taking care of the mental health crisis for a long time. And that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. Because it's not, they call it premeditative assistance. It's part of the whole medical system here and why it's so jacked up. And when the government needs to pay for stuff that they can't figure out a way to get money, that what they do, they cut the funding and the help and the assistance to programs like this, welfare, all of these different things where these people, they don't get to speak up. They know this. That's why they cut the funding, and they'll keep cut the funding. And so then there's less rooms, and there's less people to help, and there's less counselors, and there's less of everything, when one of the major problems that we've had for a long time is the mental health crisis not getting handled the way it should be, the way that we should be handling it for our fellow human beings that need help. And that's where the problem lies. I just wanted to stop and say that real quick. I know it's a political thing, but it's the damn truth. And you see it all the time. There's people that I'm sure that you have loved ones that have gone through mental health struggles and they can't get the help that they truly need. And it's not because they're not trying. It's because the services are not available. Mini rant, my bad.
And the idea of me being on TV and the world talking about me, and I'm getting these suits and I'm getting vegan meals and I'm up on there and girls are sending me letters and people are putting money in my books. All of a sudden I'm somebody. And there's these confused kids that think being a killer somebody's better than being a nobody that I am doing nothing. And that's sad and that's terrible. And they need more parent, interactions and fathers. And I would ask them to go, join sports or find a family, and if a family can be a football team, a baseball team, a basketball team, it could be a church, it could be a lot of other things, but don't think that it's all, girls and all that stuff. Matter of fact, one of the laws we're working on is once this individual has been charged, you put money on his books and we'll be taking that money. It won't be going. Yeah, it will be going to pay for his prosecution and to help victims and mothers and people with counseling and other things. So go ahead and send money now, but once he's convicted, he'll never see $1 again.
Yeah, I don't. That's the way it should be. He obviously he's not convicted yet, but once he is convicted of this crime, there's a saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. And it's for a reason, and it's more than just sitting behind bars. I mean, it's the punishment that's behind it as well.
Yeah. Another thing about the death row is what people don't, maybe they do know. I never knew. It's 23-1. So you're locked down 23 hours and you get 1 hour out. So you can't go and enroll in colleges. You can't pursue higher education. You can't go and have dreams of, motivating other people to do what you did. This individual is sick. He studied crime. He studied the BTK killer. His professor was literally orchestrated a private session with him where she got private interviews so she could make a book, an exclusive book, and then she split the profits with him. So then he could use that money to flex in prison and buy cigarettes and buy power and buy influence in there. And we're not going to let that happen. That ain't going to happen in Idaho, and that's not going to happen to him. But that means we got to work with legislators and we got to find like-minded people that truly care about their community and put out the message that, this person picked the wrong state to do this in. And we've done everything to make sure that we don't attract this type of behavior ever again.
Yes, sir. Well, if you need any help from me putting out any word or petitions or any of those type of things, you got it.
I like your shirt. Your shirt's right on the same page,
Yeah.
Firing Squad. You see that Firing Squad? We'll probably have a shirt for that, on these press days that we're in court when we get out of the courtroom. But yeah, that chair they put you in, shit gets real when you get in that chair, I'm sure. When they strap you into that bad boy.
100%. And yeah, I think I don't think it's going to be that long of a trial. I know that they're anticipating, I think they said 3 months, but at the end of it, I know there's a lot of evidence. I don't think the defense is going to have much to fight back, to be honest.
I honestly feel like the trial is going to be a hell of a lot longer. I'm guessing 4.5 months, maybe 5, because I think there's going to be a lot of arguments going back and forth because of the lack of notes, video, documentation, hell, just the Bethany and Dylan, I believe, are probably going to be on the stand 3 times longer than what's anticipated when it comes to their testimony. I'm gonna speed this up just a skosh to try and get through it a little quicker. We got about 35 minutes left or so of this. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, let me speed it up and let's see if it's just going to be like one. We'll do 1 point. Let me try 1.5 and see if that's just too fast. Otherwise, we'll go 1.25 from this point on. So if you do want to listen to it in normal speed and you're on this video, just come back to this timestamp. It is 4 hours and 13 minutes. And then just go from, I'm doing 1.5 right now. All you have to do is go 0.5 when you're on the replay, and it'll go back to the normal speed for the video.
Honestly, I mean, at this point, their biggest argument is a partial.
Ooh, that is kind of quick. Let me go 1.25. All right, here we go. Before I start playing it again, Rosee, what do you think about the trial? Do you think it's gonna be quick? Do you think what do you think about like the length and
No, I think based on what we've seen so far, just from hearings, I think it's going to be a lot longer than we think.
I do too.
Yeah.
Especially, and to say that the defense is not going to have anything to say, I in fact really think that there's going to be a lot of questions that they're going to be asking, a lot of questions with the experts, the investigators, and the witnesses. A lot of questions, because there's a lot of stuff that normally would be there in any of these other cases. You can look it up. Any of these other trials, you can look it up. There's usually the stuff that's missing, it's usually always there. So that's why I think and have always thought that this trial is going to last a lot longer, because there's stuff that is missing that's usually there. There's practices that were done that usually don't get practiced that way, which leaves a lot of room for a lot of different things to take place. And so I really feel like it is going to last a lot longer. And I can't wait for the trial either, Tara. I can't wait for the cross-examinations of the experts and the witnesses, because I really feel like, and I hope it gets televised and, you know, it's out into the public. There's transparency with all of it, because I really feel like we have to see the truth. There's so many things that contradict one itself. In my opinion, anyway, I know there's some people that don't feel that way, but in my opinion, I feel like there's a lot of things that contradict each other, and I need to know the truth, because if he did it, I'll say he did it. If he didn't do it, then I can't go with it. But when trial comes, that's when, you know, we can hear both sides. We can hear this spin. We can hear this spin, and it's because we're not. The court hasn't had the trial hasn't happened yet. We haven't had that information displayed to us, and once we do have that information, look, we could be through the middle of the trial, and I could sit there and go, "Hey guys, I think he's guilty."
Yeah.
Like we could be in the middle of the trial, and I'll tell you that if the evidence is there, because I don't care if it's Koberger or somebody else. What I do care about, as always, is it's the right person. That's all that matters to me. If Koberger's the right person, so be it. Firing squad. I'll get me a t-shirt too. But I need to see the evidence. All right, this is 1.25, so if you're watching it on replay, you want to slow it down to normal, just go to 0.75.
Alibi over an hour before the murders happened, and in an area where it's not exculpatory for him to continue to just turn down that road that heads to Sunshine, and it gets him right there in front of Floyd's cannabis shop before 302 again. You know, that's what they're working with, and if that's what they have, it shouldn't be very long.
Oh, the statistics of this case are just incredible. So, people who say that this is just circumstantial evidence, they're not talking to professionals, because I'm talking to professionals, and they say that there's direct evidence all over this case. This case is, like I said, this individual does nothing.
Well, there's two different. You're talking to professionals that are from there, okay, that have an invested interest, in making sure that that particular thing happens. Okay. We also talk to professionals. The professionals that aren't there, that don't have a vested interest in that narrative, and they don't necessarily agree. That's why I dropped that link a little bit ago, and I'll drop it again if you didn't click it, about the proof that the University of Idaho was created to keep the panhandle. And they know damn well, I can tell you right now, if the University of Idaho ceased to exist, then Moscow ceases to exist. And then you know what happens? I guarantee you this happens. There's going to be documentation put forth from the other states to fight for that property. Idaho will lose it. They were already going to lose it until they created the University of Idaho before Idaho was a state. So I can guarantee you that those same states, if Idaho went away, Moscow, Idaho went away, and the University of Idaho went away, oh yeah, there's a lot of money on that soil, and I guarantee you these other states would be wanting to make a change when it comes to that property line. Guarantee it.
Thing, but capital cases, and this is the most that he's ever seen, and I live by that. We will show that. So DM, that's direct evidence. DM's testimony, and people think, oh well, whoopie doo-dah, they're bushy eyebrows, and it's a white guy who's skinny. Well, do you realize, people, that they've run the stats on this? A guy at that age, the category, I think they went to like 30 to I think like 19 or 18, and said, what percentage is male? So you remove, and in college towns, there's more girls going to college than there is males. So then that dropped it into, like, let's say 46. And then they said, okay, white. And then that dropped it lower. And then they said lean. That was the one that got my attention. 70% of people in that age category are overweight. Mm-hmm. So now you got an individual who, as eyewitnesses there, that literally like 2 out of 10 meet that qualification of white guy. That's
really. We just showed you a couple of them in a video a couple nights ago of people that the Scream 2022 live we did.
Yeah. Honestly, I think what he's saying here is a bit of a stretch. I really do.
Well, it is an epidemic in this country. When you have children that are getting diagnosed with diabetes, it's a problem. There's no reason a child should be getting diagnosed with diabetes because of weight issues. It's because of the stuff that we put in our foods and that we allow in our foods. That's why, Rosee, you can compare our country to other countries, and other countries ban a lot of the products that we put in our foods, and we just don't give a shit because it's about the money. That's why RFK is trying to get that crap out of our foods that people can't even get across the pond, because they're like, man, our government or our country just bans the hell out of this, because it does, right? It's not healthy.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that you guys have that is banned here in terms of ingredients. Like, it's just not healthy enough or something like that. I was surprised to find out how much of it is banned.
Yeah.
A lot of preservatives and stuff.
So, of course, people in any age category, this day and age, most of them, yes, are going to be considered obese, even though you may not appear to be. It's, the scales that they have for consideration of, going from obese to normal or whatever. It's an epidemic. It really is. And this is true also. And thank you, Megcellent. And also there's a lack of public health and nutrition and education. Yeah. It's eat the real quick thing, eat the easy quick thing, which is usually packed with a bunch of stuff that's not good for you, processed. All of the sodium and the different kind of fats, and just a lot of the stuff that gets put in the food because it tastes better. Just think about even the, like the chickens that you buy. There's the steroids that they put in the animals to make them plumper and fuller, and all these other things. The apples to be even more juicy and all this other stuff. And it's like, just leave it how God made it. Yeah. If it tastes like shit, it tastes like shit. It is what it is. Put some salt or ketchup on it.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot of the products that we have that seem exactly the same taste different. So like Coca-Cola or just like a chocolate brand or something, it's a lot sweeter in your guys' country because it's tailored to like the tastes that we're used to. Mm-hmm. So what we have here that like cool drink or soda or something, to you guys it tastes watered down, but for us, it's normal.
Mhm.
Which, yeah, somebody told me after they had traveled a lot. I thought that was interesting.
They probably got sick when they came here from the. No, I'm being serious. They probably had stomach aches
Really?
and bathroom issues because you're taking in such a huge amount considering what should be a healthy amount, and your body's like, whoa, this is too much,
Yeah,
for sure.
but they also said the portion sizes are very different as well. So I don't know if that,
Oh, I'm
like,
sure.
apparently,
Oh, yeah.
like what would be considered a meal in some places, it looks like a lot of food.
Yeah. Oh,
for
yeah.
somebody.
It be like before. I mean, hell, it was just maybe 10 years ago they finally banned extra large from fast food.
Oh, they banned it.
Extra large, like you could literally get a freaking cup this huge of pop, like extra large. You could get extra large fries. You could get an extra large all this stuff. And one of their ways to try and combat the health epidemic in the beginning stages of it was to ban the extra large for fast food. Can't have extra large anymore. Small, medium, large. That's it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Or super size. Yeah. Or super size. That was McDonald's. Super size. Give me the most. Yeah. Oh, you can still get a Route 44 at 6 Sonic. I know. Remember, I forgot about that. Super size me. Trust me, because I used to get it too. Oh boy, that's when the burgers were like 75 cents though, instead of $7.57.
It's lean.
Yeah.
And he has a white car, and he's out there, and for some reason he doesn't have an alibi. That's the part that gets me, is these pro burgers that are just brain dead. Like, he doesn't have an alibi. You know how many times Ann has begged him to give her an alibi? He won't give it because he doesn't have one, and he's never going to have one. The dude did it. It's that simple. And thank God we have a law that basically makes somebody come out and say, hey, if you plan on saying you were somewhere else, then you need to like give the defense a chance to verify that. Because what if you say you were XYZ person? Well, they need to go interview that person and verify it.
Yeah.
You know, Thompson brought it up multiple times. You can't hide your evidence and then drop it the very last minute and then say, haha, you didn't get to go find out that this isn't true. This person doesn't live in the state anymore. They're over in another country. You can't just drop this. So he doesn't have an alibi, people. I mean, what? Come on. Who's out at 2:50ish, turns their phone off, looking around on stars when it was foggy and it was icy and it starts to snow?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, and yeah, they know exactly all about that park. We've talked to the person that worked at that park. Yeah, there's cameras at that park. We'll see. And like I said, ain't got no freaking star apps that like you can point your camera up there and record them and it'll tell you exactly, identify those stars. This guy's done, man. He's done. He's complete.
I don't need to. Oh, it's a beautiful. I'm surprised because, like, in the mountains and the skies up there, the stars are so beautiful because it's so dark. You get to see like 3 times as many stars as you would normally see because of how dark it is, and the sky is so much open, and you got the mountains with the backdrop of the stars. So when you're looking at the night sky, the mountain is just this. It's like a silhouette, Rosee. Just picture like, oh, I'm sure. I don't know. Do you got mountains over there that you can look at the night sky and it gets really dark and you don't even see the mountain? It's just the dark silhouette that you don't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. How does he not know about stargazing? He
And
has to.
I feel like an app would really ruin that.
It
'Cause, I mean,
would.
yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to hold my damn phone up while I'm looking at the sky. I don't care about insignificant 758. I don't care about that star. I just care about looking at the sky and just seeing how beautiful it is. I mean, and the peace that it brings, and sitting out there, and you got the fresh air. You know, you got the quietness from the wilderness. You got the little bugs chirping, creeping, scooting, doing whatever. And you got the beautiful silhouette. You're right, Rosie. That the app would just ruin it all.
Definitely.
Yeah. Because you're not focused on the beauty anymore. You're focused on Insignificance 758. Oh wow, that's give me a break. Insignificance. That's the new star. They better name Insignificance because it's not significant. Okay, it's not part of a belt. That's what it is. No.
Completely done in so many ways that it's just frustrating that there's even channels that can play these people. Because and I noticed they're getting some less and less. Hippler has cleared things up, and that's just by exposing the truth. But there's more, and it's going to get. But I thought when these Proberg delusional self-identifying, that's what it really gets down to me is I think some people identify as a Proberg. They identify as somebody who does a little blow and hangs out and is a little misfit and nobody likes them. And there's all these really popular people out there and they have it coming to them, man, because they never really understood how special they were. And I think it's more of a reflection of them than it is the case, because the case is so strong that I thought when that Amazon order went to his door and he's deleting his history and his own family is like, what the heck is going on with our brother? Our brother's like losing his mind. That they would jump ship and some did, but there's still people who just can overlook, no alibi, the murder weapons in his house, in his possession. He doesn't have it anymore. He doesn't have any of the items associated. Yeah. And this Dickies outfit, people, they've gone to the actual stores and looked up the inventory, exactly what is in those things. And there's only a certain amount. For those who don't know, Pullman and Moscow are very, very small towns.
Yeah.
So your Dickies selection is like this big. You know, it's that big. Maybe a little bit bigger than that, but not much. It's not like a Dickies that you see in the city where there's all these things. There's Dickie boots and all. There's very slim things that this individual could have bought. And it's like a monkey suit, you know, like a suit you put on where you're changing oil and the oil could literally pour off of you.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why they're not fighting the fingernails and all that stuff. And it was one of the reasons why we were a little frustrated early on, like where we were like, why don't we say, you know, if you see somebody with a scratch on their face and, you know, you see something like
they did one of the very first interviews, and I meant to bring this up. Literally, it might have been the very first interview that they did. Christy was talking about if you noticed anybody go to a gas station, if you noticed anybody go to a grocery store, if you noticed anybody going to a hospital that that were looking for bandages, call a tip line. Because this person, they were saying, this person would have had to went somewhere to get bandages. They did say that. It might have been their very first interview. I don't know if some people might not even remember it.
I didn't.
Yeah, it might have been the very first interview because I remember watching it. It's on a live stream from back in the day. I know I played it. I know we watched it. And I sat there and went, oh gosh, you know, because they're sitting, Christy is the daytime interview. It was daytime. I think there was a street behind him or something. And it was mainly Christy talking. And she was emphasizing about bandages. And if you seen anybody go to a gas station, grocery store, hospital that was looking for bandages for wounds and cuts, because they would have, I even think she said they would have had a lot of injuries on their body too. They did. They said that right from the very beginning about the injuries. That's crazy. That's right in the beginning.
Say something. You know, we got all this media. We could do it. And you know, those are the type. That's probably part of the reason why they, you know, share certain things with us. Is they're like, this guy, we don't want him to go on there and say something like that because it's not relevant. Because this person literally had a Dickies outfit on, was covered head to toe, had a mask with his eyes. You couldn't even scratch the guy
because it's not relevant.
It's like a paper he wrote. It's like the guy wrote about his own crime. I mean, these people, it just blows my mind. I mean, he writes about his own crime. He interviews individuals and investigates them to figure out how he can incorporate that into his crime. We had people write us letters that were like, I was one of the people that was interviewed.
Poor
And he was
Steve.
obsessed with how I was picking my victims. He was picking victims. This guy said, I told him I picked my victims after they called 911 or their neighbors called 911 on them for a noise complaint, and the husband or the boyfriend was hauled off to jail. Then he would go and he goes, there's certain neighborhoods where they had money. Then I would go in there because I knew the mail wasn't there. And he said, and Brian called him back repeatedly. And he said, I got a sense that he was really enjoying my stories and how I was telling passed out women, butt naked. And he went into those and was just like, he really liked my story. He liked that. And then I started wondering, well, who was calling 911 on these kids? Especially in the daytime, in the middle of the day. They're next to a stadium, a football stadium. How do you get a noise complaint in a college town in the daytime? So, unless, maybe you're trying to figure out how long it takes them to show up. I don't know.
Poor Steve.
What kind of response?
Poor Steve. It's like he's so manipulated with the narrative that they were pushing to him. Like that. If you guys remember, like I said, I've always said, I shouted out Steve in the beginning when everybody was bashing him because he was the only one coming out saying stuff. And the stuff that they were coming out with, like I said, made me feel like they would have, like the Gonsalves family would have solved the crime before law enforcement. And for law enforcement, for him to say that law enforcement told him not to say certain things because it's not relevant, that's a bunch of BS. Because everything that he was saying in the very beginning was completely relevant and was completely trying to figure out what took place, and the stuff that they were coming out with was bombshell. And to say that that's not relevant, it's like, Steve, I feel so bad for you, man. You got so manipulated by the people that are telling you all the stuff you wanted to hear, even to the point where you believe that the stuff that you were saying back then was irrelevant because of what you're saying right now and what you're going off of what they're telling you. And that's why I really feel bad, because it's like, man, you were the one, Steve, that was coming out being the lead investigator. And now they even got him to believe that the stuff that he was saying back then was not relevant. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Prayers. Prayers. Because, man, you got to be... listen, I can't imagine. I'd be broke down emotionally, too. My senses wouldn't be sharp as fuck anymore. I'd be so tired and exhausted. I can't... I feel so bad. I hope this trial is public.
Yeah, I hope so too.
You can just see it. You know, you see the beginning interviews with Steve, Fox and all these, and it's like, man, completely different. He's just bought in. And then it doesn't help when there's people in his corner that are just like, you're 100% right. Not even thinking logically either. You're 100% right. So then that just builds it up even more and more and more and more. More and more and more and more. Yeah, that's right. The stuff I was saying was irrelevant. You're right. Oof. No.
What happens afterwards? Like if who leaves, who stays? Do they come back? If you were to call 911 while there's a party, does everybody not come back? Is that what you need to do?
And if you get a warning that if we come back here, we're going to find you, someone's going to jail.
Yeah.
Might be a time where you want to sneak in or do a little surveillance around that house, because that might be the time where you want to go in there, because the last thing they want to do is pick up and call 911.
It was awfully quiet that night. And I think that a lot of that had to do with, one, there was other parties in other places in town, but two, there was also I guess, minors in possession of alcohol and, deterrent going on. There was the stop there by the Banfield by undercover officers in the area trying to stop underage drinking and loud noises. I often wondered if Koberger was aware of that going on that night, and if maybe that's why that led to one of the reasons why, because he knew that there would be some sort of enforcement out that night that would prevent loud parties or a party in that neighborhood.
Yeah, we have somebody who was working in a department that was in charge of all those programs.
Interesting.
So yeah, I think where your mind's going is a logical conclusion of what the behavior footprint of this person's done. And believe me, they've analyzed this footprint. I mean, somebody who goes through the exercise of doing a survey in Reddit, and if you go look at the times, the guy had already graduated.
Yeah.
And it wasn't used in his graduation, his finals.
Now that right there, if that is true, that he was doing this on Reddit, it wasn't for the school paper anymore, right? It wasn't for the school paper anymore. This guy sitting there going, man, he was so fascinated with my conversations. Maybe the dude just wants to be relevant. Man, he was really interested in me. But at the same time, if the paper was, you already graduated, the paper was done, you know what I'm saying? Like, and there was stuff that is going to be used that it wasn't going towards any kind of school. Like, it's one thing to attack a school paper, but at the same time, if dude is having these conversations with these people, and it has nothing to, I don't know, it's just, that is a little odd to me. I'm just going to be honest.
Well, I mean, I have seen some content online saying that it was relevant to his thesis, but
that's what I've heard too.
But what I can say, because I've been a TA and I've been a master's student considering doing a PhD, they kind of encourage you to write a lot of stuff. It doesn't always get used. They ask you to submit to a lot of journals and stuff. They ask you to write pretty much as you can, especially so that you can start putting it towards your PhD. So sometimes you do research and you get it published so that you can use it in your PhD, so that you can just reference yourself. Like, I've done stuff like that. So there might be a context to it, because as somebody myself who's come from a university background, that's not very weird. There's a lot of stuff that you write up, and sometimes you don't use it, sometimes you just keep it. But that being said, I have actually seen people say that it was used. And also, like, he could have just changed his topic as well. He could have started on one topic or changed a chapter. You know, usually there are about 6 chapters, the master's degree, in my experience. So, I mean, yeah, it would be weird if he was doing it for just enjoyment. But there could be explanations as well.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Very interesting. Thank you, Rosie. Because to me, when I first hear it, I'm like, yeah, that sounds kind of weird. But now what you're saying, you know, you're just compiling to use for your master's. I get it now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, his thesis is final. So, I'd be shocked if this individual didn't know a lot of what was going on from the police standpoint on both sides of that state, you know, Washington and Idaho. And I think that scared some of the local police departments, you know. And I mean, you read one of them and where they're like, thank God, you know, we didn't hire this guy. It would have been that much uglier if you know, that email that came out saying that he tried to apply for that job when he first came up, but he eventually would have got part of that program. I've been told that that program is a requirement for graduation for the PhD. So, he was in tune with what those guys were doing.
Yes, but I mean, it sounded like he applied in the spring because of that email that came out. Maybe it was just a reference to what was coming out, but the document, the PCA, references a essay that he wrote in the fall when he applied. And so I thought that if he was applying again in the fall, that meant that he didn't get the job in the spring, given his background being a former person who was addicted to heroin and perhaps some of the things that may have happened to him at other schools, or even his job as a security officer may have prevented him from passing a background check. I was concerned that he may never became, well, not concerned, I was glad that he probably wasn't ever going to be a police officer. But that's interesting.
I think he had visions of himself being that, whether they would have, maybe he doesn't slip through the cracks. I understood that he slipped through some cracks already because of COVID.
Yeah.
Some of the background checks were not done because of the COVID stuff going on. I have no proof that that's true or not. It's just insiders that told me what was going on during that time. Certain labs were closed because of COVID. Campuses were not all open. I know that for a fact. So, I would like to think that they would have caught him.
Yeah, I think the professor that recommended him to the PhD program said that he had actually never met, or she'd never met Brian Coker in person. Everything was online. Yeah, that was the person that actually recommended him.
Is that Ramsey?
No, it was a different Bulger, I think was her last name.
I don't know anything about that individual. That's interesting.
Yeah, she's the one who recommended him to the PhD program. She said that he was one of two students to recommend that she's ever recommended, and that he was very bright and brilliant, etc. But that she never met him in person. That it was during online courses due to COVID and everything else that's going on during that time.
Well, that makes a lot more sense because he creeped out every girl that actually got around him. I just got a call yesterday from a girl that I was asking permission to use her name to investigate one of the reports that she put in after this all went down. She says she hadn't heard much afterwards.
What?
So yeah, there's a lot of women that's why they're like trying to make this whole ASD. I heard that came from his mama who went and dug through his old records because these medical records aren't back in the 90s and the early 2000s. They weren't. There was no EMS.
What? His mom dug through his own. Whoa! So we thought. Wait a minute. So we thought. We thought that he was. Excuse me. Which he could have been diagnosed in the middle of these court hearings, right? But it was like, that was the question. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? And he just said, I heard his mom was digging through his old medical records and came across information.
Yeah, that makes sense because some of the documents do say that he was checked for these things as a child. And then it details some of his behavior from childhood that might have actually just been copied out of a report that his family supplied.
And they didn't know as much about it back then as they do today. And so
yeah. So they said he was checked as a child. So there has to be a report somewhere. Yeah.
In the early 2000s. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Wow. So his mom actually because that's weird. It was almost like, well, maybe they just kind of had him getting checked out, and no, it was actually the mom that actually. Wow. Okay.
Electronic medical record system back then that is still actively now. You got cancer or something like that, your records are probably going to still be out there. But if you got a broken finger or something in 2001, don't be surprised if you go to a doctor visit and they can't pull that record up. But I understood that somebody went and found some of his old records and tried to convince the defense that they could use those to make an excuse for his odd behavior, because there's going to be student after student after student that are going to just talk about how they had a running tally on this guy, on all the weirdness that he was doing and the inappropriate behavior that this guy had. I mean, he'd barely been there and he was getting kicked out.
Okay, so it's not like she was scrambling for some kind of defense like what they're saying. It's part of the phases. His mom would have naturally had to go through all of his old medical history records as part. Okay.
Do you think that has something to do with the person who they may want to testify? Maybe they want to ask her about being asked about that.
Maybe it could be but why would the prosecution? I guess the prosecution maybe would want the family to testify as to how he acted as a kid, and if he did certain things. If he did certain things as a kid.
Okay.
I don't know. You could be asking him, "Hey, were you the one that used the gift card to purchase? Were you the one that was signed in that day?" Because if it's a family account, everybody's got the password, so it could be one of these things where it's like, "Well, was it you that was signed in? If it wasn't him, or I don't know, just interesting there." But again, something I just thought was weird. Thank you, Yoli. Is completely normal. Thank you.
In a university where that is super rare, guys. You don't just go into universities and see people getting fired. It's almost unheard. So yeah, this guy was setting off, alarms all over the place. And yeah, this individual said that she made a police report and she wanted me to find out if they had found anything out on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more police reports or more reports, as you mentioned.
Oh yeah, that's the girl that came back out on News Nation like a year ago saying, I filed these reports and I still have yet to hear back anything. And that's because they came out and said it has nothing to do with this crime. That's
Right.
the girl he's talking about, because that's the girl that keeps reaching for attention.
Exactly.
Oh my Lord. Okay. Man, you should just leave her alone, Steve. when law enforcement has to come out and say, look, it has nothing to do with our investigation. They came out and said it. And even had a report put out in an announcement to say it has nothing to do with this crime that took place. Oh no, Steve, leave her alone.
Against him and about his behavior. I did hear about the Ryan Talley and his behaviors, and I know that there was I think a document recently on the defensive side that stated that he was cleared. And one of the things that I walked it through with my audience is saying that, well, if he was cleared, that means there's an investigation, and if there's an investigation, that means there's an accusation. Now, what we do know is that these young ladies started to document. What probably happened was they reported some of this behavior, and it was investigated, and it was he said, she said type of stuff, and they were probably told to start to document things, which is why they had this tally going on in efforts because of how disturbing these behaviors were, so that they could have some sort of proof. Because if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. And I think that's a pretty clear path that we're seeing of escalation as well, as far as what's leading up to eventually would be that would happen on November 13th. Going back to Brian Koberger's 2020 writings that we spoke about just a few minutes ago, one of the things that really stood out to me was when he was referencing, well, there's two things. He was referencing that there might be something that could throw off investigators that was left by the killer. And another thing is to check the doors for DNA as the person was leaving. Maybe perhaps they may have left DNA behind on the door. And we find out that the backsliding glass door was left open the entire time. And I strongly suspect that being the case because, well, if he's opening the door, he's touching it once, he's closing it again, he's touching it twice, and then opening it to get out. There's at least 3 different times that he's touching.
So when you hear that, remember you heard not the fake Dot, because Dot, that story is completely fake. They would be held up in a penthouse suite, closed off from everybody if they had information that broke apart all of the PCA. And I'm sorry, you're going to be the star witness for the defense. They're going to be taking care of you like crazy if you have that kind of story. That's how you know it's not true. Because Ann Taylor has nothing to do with her or him, whichever it may be. I don't know for sure. But anyway, it was a fake story. What I'm talking about is the real story that fake person used, because that fake person used a whole bunch of different people's stories and put it together and added 10% of their own hot sauce on it. But one of the stories that was used was actually a neighbor from, I must say it, 1126, that said that door was open. Now, if the door is open, how do you not go to shut it if you're DM?
Right.
And the door, you can see the door if it's open or not as soon as you walk out your room, and you're not going to want to go shut the door
and lock it.
It's another thing that we know was said from the beginning, and now it was confirmed true with these documents. The door was left open, and it's true with what that person said. It's the same person that was saying that there was social media activity going on around 9-10 a.m. about the crime that had taken place. The stuff that were the people that, in the beginning, these people wanted the right thing to happen. These people were reaching out to everybody, talking to everybody back then when it comes to us content creators. They were reaching out to people, talking to people, sending messages, letting people know this, that, this, little details, because they were scared as hell. And they knew that their local law enforcement wasn't doing shit to protect them except tell them that they're safe when they didn't even know who committed the crime, how many, and where they went. And that's why you're hearing these little things coming out in these documents. That's true. Oh yeah, that dot shit, Tara. Oh my lord, it's crazy. There's still people to this day that believe that shit, and a lot of it is because other channels have used my conversation or my show from that night and then edited it together to have it say certain things in a certain order. So then it, oh my gosh, it's like, come on, people. That's why I've left the real one up the whole time, because I was going to take it down right after it took place. But then it's like people are making these different clips. It's like, look, just listen to the real conversation, how it really went. No edit, no clips, no click. You know, it's all right there. It's all right there. There's no reason, you know, once people start, or stop actually considering that those other clips and edits is real, then I'm going to take the shit down, because honestly, it's a waste. It's a waste. But at the same time, you got to be able to hear the real conversation, not the edited version. It's completely different than what people want to put out. It's crazy. It's really crazy how many people believe. And it's like, come on. If they had this information and they had this, they're that kind of eyewitness, they are the star witness of all star witnesses for any of these trials, because they have the information. Like DM was out smoking a cigarette with Etha, with Emma and Demetrius. Get the F out of here. And two other people outside the sliding glass door. Give me a break. Give me a damn break. Sorry.
One time after he's already exerted himself, which would probably mean that he's sweating and things of that nature. That would be a high possibility for him to leave DNA behind. But he points that out in his 2020 writing. Sliding glass door is open. I see a huge connection there. Are you connecting the same dots as I am?
Yeah, very much so. And I know that there's some people looking at this exact same thing. So much so they're like, I've heard a scenario where Xana goes in. Let's say she goes in, she gets her meal prepared. She the DoorDash meal, goes to the bathroom, goes to her room, something, goes back into the kitchen and says, "Oh, there's somebody here." How does she know that? Because that slider's been left wide open, and there's a kill kit, something there, some kind of package, some kind of thing that raises a flag that somebody just came into my house, and maybe you're hearing noises upstairs, and yeah. So I've seen a couple different scenarios that have been discussed. I don't have anything.
And nobody calls 911. Nobody calls 911 if that happens.
Well, the dog barking at the exact same time that you can hear whimpering and a thud says that the glass door had to have been open. It sounds like when Dylan woke up and she heard who she thought was Kaylee, probably because of the dog going up at the same time. It's actually Xana coming downstairs. Well, Murphy would have been running with her, and it sounds like she went to Ethan and Murphy went outside. And I think when she hears somebody say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," is that confrontation in the hallway between, maybe Xana turns around to see what's going on, and there he is. And, he says that in order to surprise her, I guess.
Yeah, one of the death penalty qualifiers is that. Actually,
that's a weird way to put it.
Could have just left. They didn't have to kill him. So, so people who talk all this madness about DM, she's been huge to the case, actually massive to the case, and you're going to find out the late 911 call is actually going to be probably the final call, the final nail in his coffin. So
what? The late 911? The late 911 calls? What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's massively gonna hurt the damn case. But wait a minute, the 8-hour delay is the final nail in the coffin?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How do you... It's big. My biggest question is, how does a friend have an 8-hour delay? How is the 8-hour delay the final nail in BK's coffin?
I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe he's in some kind of denial. I really don't
What?
know. Yeah.
That's jaw dropping, damn straight. Don't worry, I'm not one of those people that's gonna go and put myself on a thumbnail.
Please never do that.
I never do that. No, because it's fucking ridiculous. Jeez. It's crazy.
In the most tragic parts. I mean, a late call, if it leads to different evidence, then it's a good thing. And I say that knowing that my daughter wasn't going to survive what she was stabbed so many different times. So, and I can clarify a little bit of that too.
You're referring to him going back out there? Like, had she called 911 early, then he wouldn't have gone back at 9 o'clock, right?
I'm referring to a couple different things, but the coroner made it clear that at least two of the victims, it's hard for me to talk about, but they basically drowned on their stab wounds. So the blood wasn't like all over the place, or it would explain why the blood was contained. You know, so if you have a blanket over you and you're doing a lot of internal bleeding, your body will hold a portion of that. So, like I said, everything that these people are trying to spin into some crazy conspiracy actually has a scientific background of why it is the way it is. And it's not Hollywood. It's not officers or a vacuum cleaner that went in there and vacuumed up stuff or whatever these crazy people want to say. I think the vacuum cleaner is just the K-bar with one of the shirts that he grabbed and wrapped it around it. So you have a K-bar in your hand and you wrap a shirt around it. What does it do? It goes big and then goes down.
Yeah.
And I think he just seen the amount of blood. He wasn't sure if it was his. Yeah, he's blood everywhere, so he just wrapped it up and built it out of the house with trying to mitigate the trail.
Go ahead.
Do you think that sounds like one of the shirts he grabbed? Do you think it sounds kind of confirmed that the perpetrator took something from the scene? Or is he just making an assumption there?
Well, you wouldn't be walking with a shirt unless it's right before you left. But, right, I thought it was a bloody scene as well, yeah. Kathy Mabbitt said it was messy.
Yeah, he's saying for two of them, not. And I'm assuming one of them is Maddie because of maybe he said something about a blanket overuse, or she would be the only one because of the comforter.
Yeah, because there's not going to be a blanket on Xana. So, I mean, it can be taken. You can look at it as Xana. You can definitely look at it as Maddie. And I agree with you. I believe he was talking about Maddie, because as far as we know, that's the only person that was referenced with a blanket. And remember, the sheath was halfway covered up from the blanket, right? So, under Maddie and the blanket. So, yeah. So when he's referencing a blanket and helping keep the blood from coming out, and also you're talking about very small stab wounds too. So that's another thing, and very small stab wounds can do that as well.
Yeah, so, and I mean, that might also feed into what they're saying about injuries not matching, because there were at least two victims that maybe you can say that the internal, he said choking or drowning, I don't know, the internal.
Yeah, because when they got stabbed, the injuries penetrated their lungs too. So when they started bleeding, they were actually inhaling the blood that was coming from their organs, and it was going into their lungs.
Yeah, so that could be a different style, like when he's saying injuries don't match, right? It's not the same for all of the people because there's different.
Yeah, because like even Mabbitt said more like rips and tears. They weren't your traditional. She said they weren't your traditional stab wounds. The stab wounds he's talking about are the traditional stab wounds. So she was talking about there were not the traditional stab wounds, which is why she then went on to describe rips and tears. And so you got to think when we're hearing about when we're hearing about Xana's injuries to where her digits were almost cut all the way off as a defensive wound, there is going to be blood on the floor because there's no way that your lungs are going to be breathing in the blood that's coming from the cuts on your fingers. So there would have been blood on the floor with Xana based off of those injuries because your hands are going to bleed like crazy. Think about if you cut yourself with your kitchen knife while you're dicing up some tomatoes. Man, you're constantly sucking on your finger, you're wrapping it up with it's constantly bleeding. So you're going to see blood on the floor with Xana based off of the injuries that just took place on her hands, not considering what might have taken place on the rest of her body too. So yeah.
As much as he possibly could because he was going to that door where he had the rest of his kit.
Do you think that we're going to find out in this trial what the prosecution believes he did with that knife?
I know some of the background of where they looked and what they were trying to find, and honestly, I think I just go to the simplest. Why has he got a shovel in the back of his car? You know?
Sure.
And it's not these idiots, because there's a Cobra out there right now thinking to themselves that they're smart. No, you're
because I'm going to be honest with you, as somebody that lives through snow and winter, you carry a shovel in your fucking trunk because if you get stuck out in the snow, you have a way to dig yourself out. You also bring kitty litter because if your car tire gets put in a pit where it just continues to spin, you put some kitty litter down and you're able to get out of being stuck. Just as much as you have a kit inside your car that has some kind of fluid for you to drink and some kind of snacks for you to eat in case you get stranded out in the winter snow, and also a blanket. It's called a kit for the winter time in case you happen. So I'm sorry, if you're living all the way up north in northern Idaho, just like it snows like crazy in PA, it's going to snow even more in Idaho. Having a shovel back there is completely normal because you might have to dig yourself out. It's just normal. So the shovel, this is what would be jaw-dropping about the shovel. There would be DNA on it. Remember, there was no DNA found on any of the items that Brian Koberger owned that tied back to the crime. None. The shovel means nothing. That's propaganda. Straight up. Because if the shovel did mean something, there would have been DNA on it. Period. DNA from the shovel would have entered the vehicle. That's propaganda. Straight up.
I didn't know you guys have winter kits. I suppose that makes sense. But
yeah, you get stuck, you got to be able to dig yourself out.
I would be so useless there. I've never even seen snow before. Like, what do I do with this? What do I do?
Wear some extra clothes and make some snow angels because,
That's what I would do. I would do that.
You'd enjoy it for a short period of time, and then after that, you're just, oh my gosh, it's so cold, I can't take it. Oh my gosh, the car's sliding all over the place. Oh my god, it's not. That's why I moved away from it because I just got tired of it. I'm like, we just need to move somewhere a little warmer where it don't snow, and that's what I did because I got tired of it. Seriously, lake effect snow in Northeast Ohio, it's a bunch of bullshit, man. You get pounded like crazy up there. Ice storms, winter storms. I left like a year after we had this ice storm where there was literally that that much ice on our roads. That much ice on our roads. And I ended up like a foot and a half from slamming into a tree on my driver's side door. And that's when I was like, I was so close to losing my damn life, literally a foot and a half, because I was going 50 some miles an hour, hit some black ice, spun all over like crazy, flew out into a ditch, sliding sideways in my truck, and literally landed a foot. I looked out, I couldn't even open my door, and I saw that's how close the tree was. And I had so much adrenaline in me. I just put my truck in first shift and I just dug the hell out of that land and that ditch, and I sold the truck. I got rid of it after that. Even I bought me a Jeep with 4x4 after that, because I'm like, no, that shit scared the hell out of me. And then after that, I was like, yo, it's time to move. It's time to move where there's no snow, because I can't do this shit no more.
You're stupid. You're an idiot. It was a mini one. It wasn't very big. You don't use it for snow. So anybody who thinks he was using that for snow, you're just a moron. You don't live out here. Nobody uses a shovel like that. You shovel like that for dirt, and it has a super tip. So yeah, driving around with them.
No DNA
tells me that he probably had something to do with that, because then that gives him the ability to go back and get it. And he showed all these. This was a fantasy for him. You know, he planned it for a long time. And so that was going to be, the FBI were the one that told they would be surprised about the kill kit. So it wasn't like I came up with that and I had some insight about this true crime stuff. I didn't know. They told me they wouldn't be surprised if he surveilled the house multiple times. Wouldn't be surprised if he snuck into the house. Whether he did or not, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I don't know that. But I don't know that the profile that they built of this individual said that this person was going to surveil the house and be comfortable with it. Because, it's a knife. When you use a knife, it shows a certain level of planning and a comfort level that you're going to go in there. And these houses, people might not know this either, that these floor plans after COVID, they all went online. They put floor plans so you didn't have to ask to go see these houses. You could go online, most of these rental places, and see the whole floor plan, including this one, because this is called the Queens on the Kings Road. This is where the Queens were, because it was on Kings Road, and it was the house that for multiple generations where every kid wanted to be, because of the location, put you, as soon as you got off the campus from the football game, you were right there. So you could go drink and not be harassed, And if you wonder why 911 wasn't called, use your brain, guys. Maybe you didn't go to college. You don't need to go to college to understand that. You want to get off campus and you want to have a beer with your friends. And if you got somebody who's 21 and somebody who's not 21, you better talk to the person who's 21 before you call 911. Or that's standard protocol, right? That's standard protocol, because if that six pack in the fridge has got 2 beers and those 2 beers are in somebody's room that they should be in, now graduation.
So it's okay to worry about the 2 fucking beers in somebody's room that's not of age to drink before you call 911?
No.
That's enabling that behavior. What the hell?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying yesterday when we were doing the show. I was saying it's not good enough. Like, what are you even talking about?
I'm shocked from hearing this, honestly. Wow.
Yeah.
Your finals are over.
Wow.
You're sitting in you're getting citation, or who knows what goes with that, So
wow.
People can read between the lines and understand what was probably going on.
There was a masked man.
Sure.
You know what? Read between. There was a masked man in your damn house, and you saw the bushy eyebrow, and you heard some weird freaking noises, and you heard some crying in the bathroom. But let's think about the 2 fucking beers. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's just think about the 2 beers. Forget all the other stuff I just mentioned that DM saw and heard. What the fuck, dude?
The back door, and you mentioned that maybe he'd been there before.
Wow.
I think everybody's seen this image where they use these stools to secure the back sliding glass door after the fact. Was it broken?
Wow.
Was there something wrong with it?
I've been told that all those doors do not work correctly. When I say all, that there's a lot of construction that was done around the exact same time. So maybe that was just a certain area that hadn't been developed and then it got developed. So then those sliders are very common. So you can push the slider towards the lock and hit it and it will pop it up. So that was well known that those sliders weren't very secure at locking. So I don't have any idea that that's what this person did, but I was told that even if you lock that slider, that would be a place where you would want to, or you're a person who's going to sneak into somebody else's home, a burglar, that would be an ideal door to try to test.
Yeah.
And that's probably how they gained access to the third force slider. Wow. So what'd you do? Put a stick between your door to make sure it didn't? That I would be calling the landlord. I need a damn door that has a secure lock.
Yeah.
Or I just wouldn't use it and lock and secure it myself. What? Dude, that is so dangerous for females. You got some creepo that can literally push the sliding glass door closer and it pops the lock and they can just come in and commit any kind of sexual assault? What the dude, they can't even buy the good locks. This is what I'm saying. When I told you that you go around and when I was there and I went around and I seen how the community wasn't being taken care of because a lot of the stuff that would be fixed and replaced on homes wasn't. And this is a prime example right here. A landlord that doesn't even want to pay for a freaking door and install it, a door that will keep his tenants safe. What the hell, dude? Wow. This is nuts.
There was a time not too long ago where Ann Taylor was talking in one of her hearings, and they were mentioning that there wasn't any DNA of the victims inside his vehicle, but they mentioned something about being sprayed all over the place. Now, I don't know if that's something that maybe CSI guys did to try to find something, or is there maybe, are you aware if they found anything in the car that could lead to like maybe?
I'm glad you bring this up because nobody talks about this part. So don't believe me. Go do your own search. Go research. Go to a paid version of AI. There's some AIs that have legal descriptions and libraries. Go look it up. 6 weeks in a car, that DNA is gone. Even if you leave it there, it's going to be contaminated. It's going to degrade. So they were like, don't be surprised if we don't find anything in there because it's sitting in outdoor weather where it's going below freezing to up to 70 degrees. They literally.
Then why did Daniel in the very beginning say, look, if there's no DNA found in the car, then I'll change my mind about Kohberger's guilt? He said that. He was on his own show in the very beginning and said, look, if it comes out that there's no DNA in this car, because he was even on my platform, on my show back then saying the same thing. You can go to the videos and see. The early spring of 2023, mid 2023, he even came on my show and talked about it. But on his own platform said, look, if there's no DNA in the car, then I'll start to change my mind about his guilt. But they're telling Steve before it even gets tested, look, don't worry if they don't find nothing. Don't worry if they don't. Dude, you can't. You're going to tell me they can't test a stain in a vehicle that's been there for 6 months because it's not going to come back with any results? Bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to like double check with Audrey or something, but I don't know how accurate that is. I mean, I guess it does depend on where it is. Like if it was in
carpet fibers.
Yeah.
Dude, why would they test Listen, there's cases out there that have been a cold case for 30 freaking years and they're testing carpet fibers in a freaking vehicle. What? Dude, that Kool-Aid is so strong, man. Oh boy, this is crazy. Come on, this is crazy.
Literally look at all the temperatures every single day that vehicle was outside. It wasn't garaged. So it's sitting in the baking sun.
It doesn't.
Then going as cold as it possibly did. I think the coldest was something like 20-some degrees. And then the hottest it got was like 60-some degrees. But inside a car, you amplify that right on up. So, yeah.
It's going to be a lot more effective than 21 fucking skin cells on a button snap, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
This individual cleaned. They sprayed with something. But even if they left something there, six weeks inside of a car, it wasn't going to come back.
Just like a shovel in your trunk means you committed the crime.
Or don't be surprised. They would have been very surprised if they found something that was usable. They're saying, no, it could be under a carpet seal or something to protect it. It would have needed something to protect it, because if it was in direct sunlight, like literally in 24 hours, DNA can start becoming corrupt in sunlight, especially sunlight in the car. So, yeah, this stuff will probably be brought up in the trial, but I never hear anyone talk about it. This car literally drove from Washington all the way to Pennsylvania. That's a lot of exposure. I wonder if this person just cleaned it up, or if they found something, it just didn't come back as anything that was viable because it was 100% contaminated.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're hinting at. There was some contamination. I do know that they.
Where's it at?
The FBI went through that car.
Where's the contamination? Yeah.
Unlike some of these people, I think they do a very good job, and I think they're very skilled at what they do. And,
I do too.
If they didn't find anything, then there wasn't much to be found. But again, there's definitely going to be a sense of some corruption, and they did find, like you said, there were some cleaning supplies that I hope that they can actually be traced back to a certain lab, because not everything is a purchasable over the counter. There's certain things that you have to have a license to purchase.
What? This is going wild, y'all. Holy shit. This is going wild. Yeah, Busby, take the shovel out. Don't do it after the live. Just do it now, okay? I'll wait. I'll wait a cut. Let me know when you're back, all right? We'll wait. Do it now.
And pluck your eyebrows.
Right, Caddy? It's off the freaking rail. It's like you're driving down, and all of a sudden somebody grabs the wheel from the passenger side and just yanks you. What the heck? And then he some chemical that you need to have a license to purchase. What chemical is that?
It could be something. Yeah, maybe from like one of those forensic cleaning companies.
Let me know. I mean, what chemical? I don't know. This is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. There's another case that had occurred. I want to say,
Busby, just bring your phone with us. We gotta hurry. We gotta try and get this over with here.
the last name's Forco or something like that.
Love you guys.
A guy out of Rochester, New York, drove 3 hours, and he took the life of his father, and his mom with an axe to the heads of both of them. And he drove 3 hours back, and when they searched his Jeep, no blood. He stood over him when he did it. Now, the reason that they believe that he was able to accomplish this, because there was no cleanup, no sign of a shower or anything like that, was because he was a veterinarian tech, and at his place of business, they had, materials that would protect veterinarian techs during surgeries, and that's what he had worn. And he was able to drive 3 hours back without getting any DNA. The only DNA, I think, the DNA that they actually got him that ended up convicting him was he went through a toll booth and he got the DNA off of the sticker, the receipt that he got from there, and so that's what ended up doing him in. But I think that there's the possibility, especially when you see that 2020 May letter final that he wrote about how, what to wear so that way you don't contaminate a scene. I think we're going to see a bunch of that in his purchases, and I think that's going to be something else that doesn't.
That was a question from the university. He just answered the question from the university. The university's was the one that had it on the paper that said, how would you make sure that you wouldn't contaminate a crime scene? Well, if I would do it this way, then it's not like he just voluntarily said, came out with a presentation that says, this is how you get away with a crime and not leaving contamination.
There's no forensic science textbook anywhere that says wear clad in black with black boots and a balaclava. It says wear forensic coveralls and, like there's actual stuff you're supposed to wear. And DM didn't say that she saw a forensic technician walking past her door. She said she saw someone clad in black, which is not what was in his paper. It just wasn't. Like, it's not the same thing. They're just making that up.
It is. It was something that was asked from the university. Busby, that shovel looks suspicious as hell, buddy. That's Busby's shovel. That's Busby's shovel from his trunk, bro. Where's the stick at? That looks suspicious as hell, dude. We need to examine that. Look at this. There's a little slash mark there. We got some dots right here, Busby. Oh my gosh, can you imagine what this shovel went through? Look at this. Busby. And look at the wear on it. You know the wear. The wear is because the crime was committed. That's how you know. Look, you can see the thumb. You can see the first finger, the second finger, the third finger, and the fourth finger. Busby, you should have never sent this picture. You killer. Should have never did that.
Yeah, it's just another record that they were able to pull off where, yeah, I mean, he talks about the right outfit that you would want to commit this crime in, and then they have him purchasing. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but we all know what a Dickies outfit, one of the thing, it's basically what Michael Myers wore. Yeah. So, it's I guess how people like to be lied to. They like to be manipulated and strung around. It's a bizarre thing for me, as a father. I never want that for my kids. I want my kids to think on their own and not be naive and get led astray. But maybe some people that's just not for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there are some folks, it doesn't matter. I had one guy literally tell me that, because I guess there was a vehicle in Eugene, Oregon. I don't know if you remember that one that was crashed on the side of the road. Mm-hmm. Apparently that belongs to somebody at one point lived in Colorado, and the 1122 residents at one point, one of the investors had property somewhere else in Colorado. That's too much of a coincidence. That's too much. Don't worry about what BK is doing. That's all coincidence. But that car being from Colorado and somebody being from over there from Colorado, different parts, different people, everything else, it's wild, the conspiracies that they believe in. Well, Steve, I don't want to take too much more of your time. Is there anything else that you want to maybe get out, tell the world about anything?
I don't know if I've heard anyone repeat the, because I want to bring a little bit of clarity, because people don't realize that, like the interviews that I do on some of the TV channels, they're pretty much live, and even if they're not live, they're not scripted in any shape or form. So we can't go into details like this. So I want to take advantage of it. On that Brian Talley, his little thumbs up asshole pic. I think I figured it out. I think it's like 14 hours later, he's calling in sick for work. Yeah. And that's the only day he ever called. Mm-hmm. So he's obsessed with the crime that he did and going through the media. This is all going to be part of his search history. You guys are all going to see it. And, there's a thing, there's exclusive knowledge. If you know about a certain part of a crime before it's made general public, or maybe before it even happens, it's pretty damning. To me, there's nothing more damage. But I also thought people would change their tune when the Amazon order puts the murder weapon in his house, and his own family's like wondering what the heck's going on. And when I say family, I believe it's just one sister that was really, really helpful, where the other people weren't so much helpful.
Well, I mean, they're pretty specific on the March 20th to March 30th time frame for that knife purchase. Yeah, 100%.
Somebody was able to tell them exactly when that happened, even though the history had been deleted. Mm-hmm. Why do you delete this? I mean, why would you delete that? If you're this outdoor hunter, CSI, because I hear all these people, oh, he's a CIS grad. He's going to have all this weird stuff. You're not going to have knowledge of a crime, bro. You're not going to have knowledge of the crime. That is not public knowledge. You're not going to have it. I don't care. And it doesn't explain doing surveys and doing all these weird things and creeping every girl out. And the list of the red flags is what really frustrates me, because this guy had been harassing girls all the way back to high school. We've talked to people all the way to high school. Like the girl that was literally like, he's obsessed with me. And it was like, extremely embarrassing. I walk into the classroom and everyone was like, is he going to be that awkward weirdo that stares at you all day long? You know, and so this goes all the way back to school, and they've interviewed and talked to all these different people. So it frustrates me that you can harass people at school, and because of the way the system is, you kind of go unnoticed. You kind of are able to pull it off because nobody wants to drag those victims into a court case. Nobody wants to do a police report, say this girl is absolutely petrified of this boy, and she's crying at night and all that kind of stuff. No, they basically remove the two and then pretend like it never happened. And that he had been removed from so many different situations because some girl came forward all the way up to WSU, all the way to WSU. He was still getting away with it, still being able to harass these girls. And, you know, it's a very frustrating thing to see how many failures led to your daughter's death.
Yeah.
And but we're working on we're working on this to make sure that we can pass some laws that try to help another family from having to go through a VK type of, because unfortunately this is probably going to lead. I mean, that Georgia kid was a fan of his, Georgia school shooter. I don't know his name. Gray.
Yeah, I remember he called himself a pro burger.
So it's already happening. So when people see why I'm on a camera and why I'm talking about the death penalty and the firing squad, it's not that I'm into this stuff and I ever would have talked about it. It's just, I know there's fans and trying to save another family in another school and another place of business from dealing with somebody like this. You know, dreams of Gander. He literally wrote about how he just felt like people were sacks of flesh. I mean, everything this guy did, and to think that some people are still following a narrative that he has been all set up. Like, who set you up when they don't even know who you are? And that's the other way. You're going to plant somebody's DNA and they're not in CODIS? What are you, stupid? And there's criminals all around your community that you could literally plant that and they'd be arrested and never see it.
Wow, so he's accusing Koberger of planting the other male DNA?
Is that what he's saying?
That's what I'm thinking. Let me rewind just a skosh. We're almost done. I could have swore he just said, you're going to plant somebody's DNA and don't even know if they're in CODIS or not?
Yeah, I thought he was referring to the claim that the sheath was planted.
No, he didn't. So he's going to plant his own DNA on the sheath and then plant the sheath so it comes back to him. that he's Brian Koberger saying that the prosecution planted, not Brian Koberger planted the DNA himself and left the sheath himself so he would have a tie back to the crime. I'm going to listen to it again. I think it sounded like he's saying, like he's blaming him for planting other male DNA to throw the cops off the trail, but he was dumb enough to plant DNA that wasn't in the CODIS system. I got to listen to this one more time. There's already laws about... Oh, hold on.
To do a police report, say this girl is absolutely petrified of this boy and she's crying at night and all that kind of stuff. No, they basically remove the two and then pretend like it never happened. And that he had been removed from so many different situations because some girl came forward all the way up to WSU, all the way to WSU. He was still getting away with it, still being able to harass these girls. And, you know, it's a very frustrating thing to see how many failures led to your daughter's death.
Yeah.
And but we're working on we're working on this to make sure that we can pass some laws that try to help another family from having to go through a VK type of, because unfortunately this is probably going to lead. I mean, that Georgia kid was a fan of his, the Georgia school shooter. I don't know his name.
All right, here's coming.
Yeah, I remember he called himself a pro burger.
So it's already happening. So when people see why I'm on a camera and why I'm talking about the death penalty and the firing squad, it's not that I'm into this stuff and I ever would have talked about it. It's just, I know there's fans and trying to save another family in another school and another place of business from dealing with somebody like this. You know, dreams of Gander. he literally wrote about how he was just felt like people were sacks of flesh. I mean, everything this guy did, and to think that some people are still following the narrative that he has been all set up. Like, who set you up when they don't even know who you are? And that's another way. You're going to plant somebody's DNA and they're not in CODIS?
Right here.
Stupid.
Right here.
And there's criminals all around your community that you could literally plant that and they'd be arrested and never see a day of light. And
see what I'm saying? He's saying the other male DNA that couldn't, quote, be qualified to be tested was planted from him to the... Woo! Yeah, that's what he said. You could... My gosh, this is wild.
Be over and done with. Nobody would even question it. But you're gonna go after this PhD guy who you're gonna have to do this whole IgG thing to... It's gonna spend weeks working on it. It doesn't even make sense. Who sets up somebody like that? Yeah. So I appreciate you giving an audience and helping set the table straight and help bringing out as much truth as we possibly can. I always say, go to Idaho's webpage, go look at the court records, go through it. Don't take my word. Don't take Daniel's word. Go look yourself. Verify everything that you hear, and hopefully this summer we can get this case over with, and you'll see it play out, and it's going to end. I know exactly how it's going to end.
Yeah, no, I have a strong suspicion on how it's going to end as well. Knowledge of the crime. I mean, there was a late 911 call. He may have seen somebody. Is it possible that he made a search during the time before the 911 call came out?
I felt very confident to return to that scene at 9 o'clock, right?
Yep.
I wonder why I felt so confident.
It's true. That is true. Those were one of the things that boggled my mind, for a while now. It's like he was able to go back. He went back. I mean, the scene could have been discovered at any point. The camera could have been set up, and they could have been documenting cars that were driving by at any point. And he went back. So it's interesting.
That manipulation of evidence. Where does it show that he pinged outside the front of the house? It says that his phone utilized the same tower that 1122 utilized. You can utilize the same tower that 1122 utilizes while you're still in Pullman. It doesn't mean you're driving by the house. And what if he did wake up the next morning? You know how many? I mean, he's going to school for it. Something happens in an area right by you. You're not gonna go. You're not gonna go take a look. But at 9 a.m, it's like I said, there's a lot of social media activity going on, and I mean, hell, it's two little small towns, and if the people talk to each other, and I'm sure it was flooding their social media as well, because who said that the person who committed it wasn't going to be in Pullman next? That's just very crazy. It'll just be another minute here, and then we'll be done. Just see if there's anything else he mentions here real quick.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you again for coming on. Maybe after this is all over, if I can get you back on and we can talk about your experience there, then we can get you on about some other things that don't have to do with true crime. We've got our conversations with other stuff as well.
I got you, man. Yeah, you're the kind of guy that you're my neighbor. We would have probably shoot the shit and catch up and hang out and have a couple beers or in a barbecue. And those are the type of people that I hang out with and
like JLR,
have an association with them. But nothing like BK.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I mean, this guy, he's just seeing that picture that he took, that selfie, it makes you mad. I mean, mad is just not even a strong enough word. Angry. There's a lot of things. Just knowing what he just did, and
knowing that all those times he got away with it through the school and all that thing, he finally felt like he become the master of his own demons, and it was all in that photo. He really thought he was gonna get away with it. So much so he went to the crime scene, returned to the crime.
It was a phone for his mom because his mom bought him the shirt for his birthday. Oh my god!
Yeah. I don't think there was much in that photo. He said it was all in the photo, all of it.
The Kool-Aid is so strong, man.
So I don't want to hear people say that he wouldn't have made those mistakes. He's still compulsive. He's still a freaking self-absorbed ass. So he wanted to go see what he did. He wanted to see chaos. He didn't see it. But I wouldn't be surprised that he returned to the crime scene, because he wasn't a robot. You know, he wanted to be a robot. He tries to act like he's one up on with his ASD and all this stuff, but he's very much human, and he made human mistakes, and it's all going to come out. And like I said, I want enough information to come out to where when this conviction's over and done with, these trolls just go and find another case to talk about, and we can go back to normal, and we never have to deal with this stuff anymore. I've already told my family, once we get to the death penalty, we'll step away. We don't need to do any interviews. We don't need to be involved in it anymore. And I don't even want to worry about it at that point. I just know he's locked up with 23 and 1. That's good enough for me. And if it takes 20 years, 30 years, that's not my problem. I've done as much as I possibly can as a father, and but I don't want it to just become my identity. We have to go fishing, and we got to go hang out with our kids and our grandkids and put this behind us.
Amen, brother. Well, you have yourself a safe week, and we'll be
all right. And then there's the link for you to go check it out. Those damn shovels, Busby. I didn't see nothing. I was I just looked up in this photo. I was like, hey, what's going on? I'm all busy with my equipment, my cameras, and everything's facing the other direction. I just happened to look up, and Busby was there with a couple shovels there in a hole that was already dug. So be careful, Busby. All right. Thank you, Rosee, for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out all day. I'm probably going to skip the true crime tonight. I'm going to maybe do something different. It was a long morning and afternoon already for myself, and we kind of pushed it beyond the limits that we were expecting. So we'll see about something. Maybe I might even game at the lounge or something, but something. It's a lot. I don't know if I can do another interview later tonight. Maybe another night that we can finish that other one up. This is a lot, but thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. Here's Rosee's link. Go sub if you're not. Definitely sub up to me if you're not as well. And we'll be back for another episode. Definitely, if you want to watch more of us, definitely go to our show yesterday morning where we went over those 2 court documents. A lot of interesting stuff. And I'm sure we're going to have plenty more. So thank you all for being here. I'm sure I'll see you later on tonight, either at the lounge or here. I hope you have a peaceful day, and love you guys, and just be safe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Okay over there? Is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related? She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. That was just
2412.
Someone's calling in today of a female that are talking to Keisha. She's worth the same. We're checking 12, take the check coming out.
First time out. 10-4.